court or approved by the guardian ad litem to ensure this extreme lack of judgment in determining a child's best interest does not impact any other children under this court's jurisdiction. Within the same order, it also states we were a fine, well-intentioned people, and William was absolutely safe. But those are not the measure of best interest. Today, this order still stands as law in this county, right here in Kansas. It has affected many more children. A baby or child shouldn't be held hostage in the foster care system with the district court handcuffing DCF from placing a child in a relative home. When a relative comes forward in the beginning, which meets all of the qualifications of DCF, is safe, willing, and capable, the child should be placed with its relatives, not an unknown foster family. Currently, there are no appeal processes in Zink cases past the termination of parental rights. This is due to a judicially invented term, permanence orders, for post-termination orders. The legislature could not predict this made-up term to include it in its list of appealable orders when, in short, there is no such thing as permanence orders anywhere in the Zink statute. District court judges can rule on their feelings or their beliefs versus the law. This is what was happening in Williams' case. Even an interested party has no ability to appeal, even if a decision is completely contrary to the law that you all create. As Justice Standridge questioned in oral arguments on a recent case, Supreme Court case, she said, any decision after TPR is basically unreviewable by this court. So if this district court judge picked a friend of hers that had never met the children, the kids had been in foster care, or let's say they had been with grandma, and there was a termination of parental rights, and DCF was going forward, they were doing everything they were supposed to, and the judge said, my friend really wants a baby. So I am going to take custody from DCF and give custody for adoption to my friend who wants a baby. We couldn't review this under NAC? Yes, this is the current situation in the Kansas judicial system. No district court judge's decisions post-termination can be reviewed or appealed. Even a criminal is entitled to an appeal to be sure laws are followed in their case. But a child that is completely innocent, has to live with whatever error of law is handed down by a district court judge, and no one can review or appeal to ensure that laws were followed. Isn't a child's life worth having oversight? My heart breaks for the loss, the trauma, and the pain that the children have endured at the hands of the system that was supposed to protect them. For Nicole, for Liam, for Genesis, for Brantley, for Mina, for Bradley, for Faye, for JC, for Landon, for Max, and the others that I don't know. HB 2070 will correct this error of law. We must protect the children. Thank you for your time, and I will stand at the appropriate time for any questions. And this is our son, Ricky. He is disabled. He is in a wheelchair, and this is his brother, William. We were still in the middle of the battle to keep him at this point, even though he had lived with us for 9 months. He had lived with us. But because Ricky was disabled and they didn't like our family, not DCF or the agency, this was the judge and the GAL. They had other plans for a blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Stacy. And committee, we're going to go ahead and take any questions that we may have from Stacy at this time. Yes, Senator Fascido.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. What was the bill number that you just mentioned?
It's House Bill 2070. It's sitting in the conference committee right now. It's been passed through the House and the Senate. They are just arguing over subpoena power for the Child Advocate Office.
Yes, ma'am. And Madam Chair, did you say, what did you mention about interested party status?
So to be able to go before a court to file a motion, you have to have interested party in a case, which means that you have some invested in interest attachment bond relationship with this child. And so they aren't even allowed.
Madam Chair, if I may, so the interested party status is a piece of legislation that I advocated for, and you know, I'm not sure. I'm just I'm going on what I've heard from others, but more than 5 grandparents have shared with me that when they're in the courtroom and they stand up to say something, the judges are telling them that they can't speak and they need a lawyer to speak. And so I hope someone will look into that. But thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, other questions for Stacy? Yes. Representative Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stacy, so much for coming and speaking with us. Can you, in a short few sentences, tell us how this HB 2070 would rectify what you were just talking about?
So basically, it would make it so that district court judges have to follow the law, basically is what it does. It just sets out the parameters of the Zink case that you guys have all passed. You've all written the laws. And it makes it so that the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court could actually review the case to make sure law was followed. I mean, that's really the purpose, is to make sure laws are followed. And we have decided, or NAC has decided, and they've upheld it, the precedents that it set, is that right here in the middle, we bring the kid into custody, and the child is in the custody of DCF, if that's where the judge brings him, and we work reunification and everything else, and we get to parental rights. And right here in the middle, at the termination of parental rights, we end any oversight or following the law. Adoption's clear over here. But we've ended the law having any say in what happens to this child right here. And House Bill 2070 would make it so that the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court could review it. Were laws followed? I think all of us want laws followed, and that's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Committee, other questions? Stacy, thank you so much for being here, committee.
Thank you.
Next, Nick Reinecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Nick Reinecker. I'm from Inman, Kansas. My goals here today are to mitigate the need for child welfare, prevent the abuse of the child welfare system, save taxpayer money, and most importantly, defend individual liberty, including the best interests of a child through appropriate, accountable, and constitutional and/or natural right adhering response. I went to Washington, D.C. on June 24th, and I got to be there the anniversary date of the Dobbs decision. Got to participate in a prayer rally and also got to witness the protesters. I also got to go to the Holocaust Museum, and it will change your life, I would say, to go to it. And it is my belief that when we fall away from the God-given standards, the breakdown of the family continues, which in turn breeds the breakdown of society. We'll hear a lot about accountability and the best interest of a child, and I believe that we are at a fork in the road. Some say the best interest of Kansas children is Medicaid expansion, and without it, creates or perpetuates harm and trauma. But a lot of these conversations rely on discretionary semantics, harm to self or others, behavior that could lead to offending, emotional harm, psychological harm. Make no mistake, people that advocate for the use of taxpayer money to fund for-profit DSM-5 defined substance use disorders and mental health pharmaceuticals and treatment, and how do you fill therapy sessions, and even now housing, it is what it is, socialism. This is all fruit of a bad root. Let's look at Kansas's status as a no-fault divorce state as we seek accountability. For example, a man courts a woman, they get married, they come together and make a baby. They realize their depravity without Jesus and foster their spiritual health along with good sleep, exercise, and nutrition. Now contrast that with the irresponsible evil man in an idolatrous relationship with violent video games, caffeine drinks, pornography, and a sedentary lifestyle that promotes anxiety, depression, anger, fear, and pride. Who sees a woman as a target, willing or not, seeks self-pleasure, makes a baby, and because of that lack of accountability and easy divorce, the need for foster care probably will be realized. By eliminating the easy and unaccountable route of divorce through incompatibility, those who decide to make offspring will be forced to examine their decisions and hopefully make the choice that truly is in the best interest of the child. Now, before we go forward, I want to go through my attachments and on the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight Annual Report. I'm going to kind of be in the vein of the second to last bullet point, which is law enforcement agencies should develop best practices to minimize emotional harm in a child when a sync case requires an officer to physically remove a child from his or her home. So my attachments are as follows. Missouri Department of SRS,
Nick?
page 6. There.
Nick, I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment. I see you have 6 attachments here. If you would, rather than referring to them by name, if you could refer to them by number, that would be helpful to us. Do you know what they
I'm
are
sorry,
by
these
number?
are going to be in order. Attachment 1, I'm sorry. The Department of Social Services from the Missouri on dealing with foster parents who engage in the legal state activity of cannabis possession and cultivation. Attachment number 2, House Bill 232 from Missouri, for the purposes of providing that the use of cannabis by a parent or certain other individual who care for a child does not qualify as neglect. Attachment 3, talking about how U.S. cannabis laws projected to cost generic and brand pharmaceutical firms billions of dollars. Attachment 4 and 5, I found some interesting either discrepancies or interesting data to go over, and I don't know if I can reserve time that's not been used or whatever, but I would like to look at some of that data, how the numbers of kids entering foster care in 2020 are different than the ones in the DSF testimony versus the federal AFCARS report, and how those circumstances might have happened. But if we have time, we can go through that. And then also a letter that I have put into the Missouri state for sunshine law request regarding policies and procedures when dealing with cannabis and children. Now, I've mentioned the socialist thinking about, doing the Medicaid expansion. Is that my time? Really? Oh, okay. So please deschedule cannabis off the Controlled Substances Act and make Kansas a fault divorce state. And if there's more time later, I would love to go over some data that I thought was really interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Committee, first of all, are there any questions for Mr. Reinecker? Yes, Representative Wagner.
Yes, Nick, thanks for coming today. I think this is your one, this AFCARS report, Kansas, which, are you saying that the federal government has different data than what DCF is reporting? I mean, and do you have any speculation as to why that would be different?
Madam Chair, Representative, the data on the AFCARS could be different because of the different fiscal year status, whether they use a state fiscal year or a regular fiscal year. But the data is still remarkable because if that's the case, in that 3-month time, like 400 kids went out of foster care in Kansas in the year 2020. Now, why is that? Is that because there were actual cures of whatever the problem was, or was it just because it was more of a hassle to deal with them and we used the discretionary tactics of prosecutors, judges, and everybody to say, well, we don't really have the capacity to do this, so we're just going to not have this kid in foster care. And if that's the case, we need to eliminate that stuff going on.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Could you give us the 2 numbers that you have?
Number on AFCAR's report, the second line, number entered foster care during fiscal year 2020 was 3,032. And then on the DCF testimony attachment number 4, on page 4, State fiscal year 20 was 3,477.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Mr. Reinecker, committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Tara Wallace.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tara Wallace. I am a clinical social worker, a trauma therapist, and an advocate for children and families. In February 2021, I testified in support of the Office of the Child Advocate. This valuable resource has been able to meet the needs that many believed that it would. However, the beast that is the child welfare system continues to be a challenge for the state of Kansas. My submitted testimony shows disproportionality still exists for African American children, and while this remains a priority for me, any child needlessly being separated from their family is a crisis that we all need to address in the state of Kansas. In February of 2021, there were 6,879 children in out-of-home placement. This year, in February, there were 6,149. There should be a lot less children in custody, but to get there, we must begin with more common sense and less bias. Specifically, gatekeepers that ask questions that need to prevent unnecessary removals and allow resources to benefit the families with intensive needs rather than traumatizing those who are simply experiencing life. DCF recommends asking 4 questions to avoid removing a child from the home. How can danger be removed instead of the child? Can someone move into the home to remove the danger? Can the caregiver and the child live with a relative or a friend? Or could someone take the child and have the child temporarily live with them? When a deliberate threat to the safety and well-being of a child is existing, these are exactly the questions that need to be answered in partnership with the family to protect the child and build trust. However, when responding to complaints about inappropriate touching between siblings, it is excessive to threaten a parent with a Homeland Security investigation for child exploitation without getting proper context, but it happens often. The punitive response is to weaponize the child welfare system with threats of court involvement for refusing to participate in services. If the family complies, they do so, but do they benefit? The relationship resembles a domestic violence situation where the victim goes along for the sake of survival, not to learn a lesson. Their reaction is seen as minimally compliant rather than a traumatic stress response. Additional services are then required to manage their supposed dysfunctional behavior, causing more reactionary responses. In almost 10 years of working with child welfare families, I have yet to see a single family break this cycle. And that's because personal bias continues to show up in the form of frivolous CPS complaints. Reports of children coming to school with their hair wet, children receiving overprescribed medical equipment from their physicians, children wearing jackets versus coats to school. Is this abuse or is this bias? If experiencing everyday life is justification for a CPS report and an invasive investigation, even on our best day, none of us are safe. I thank you for your time, and I stand for questions.
Committee, are there questions for Tara? Yes, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 quick questions. So one of them, of the numbers that you gave of children in foster care, and you mentioned African-American children. Do you have a breakdown of how many of those, that number, are African-American children, and or what area of the state are they from?
They are all over the state. Disproportionality exists. We represent 6% of the population and 20% of the children in custody.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair, so years ago when I first introduced the Grandparents as Caregivers Act, it was because my sister and my brother-in-law, her husband, passed away, and they had 5 children. And my mother fought like heck to keep them with her and raise them, and they have all turned out just fine. But it was a struggle. And so it was a struggle even in the legislature, Madam Chair, to pass the Grandparents as Caregivers Act to give grandparents the monies to help them raise their grandchildren, just like we were given to foster parents. So when you say that there's not a single case that you know of that has really benefited, so is it poverty, or what's your main consensus of making that statement?
The families that I work with tend to experience bias, and instead of them getting free from the child welfare system, just as they're about to meet all of their goals, they will experience another report coming from someone from the school, someone from their neighborhood, making a report, which means another program attached to their case. If court is involved, they will go to court. That organization will show up at court and say, well, this is why we're involved, which is another 6 months. And because someone is showing up at their house on a regular basis, they will report what they've seen, and then there's another 3 to 6 months added on to their case. Exactly. So it snowballs. And the cumulative effects of child welfare involvement has not been studied. I'm working on it. And when you see that, very few people recognize the fact that the presence of the child welfare system in the form of a child welfare worker in a family's home is traumatizing. Just the knock on the door alone changes the climate of the household. If you have bias when you walk in that door, you are automatically impacting the climate of the house. When you leave, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how the mother's going to respond or the children who are reacting to mom's behavior are going to respond. If they go to school, they're going to react at school. It shows up in their behavior. So someone from the school is going to report, well, little Johnny's out of control at school. That's another call. Someone's going to show up at home. Even if they don't show up when mom's at home, there's a card in the door. A simple card from DCF sticking in the door changes things. Even if it's on a Friday, that whole weekend is shot for the family, and it starts all over.
Just a follow-up, Madam Chair. So then what would you say needs to happen? So do we let them finish that list of the first requirements?
If you ask questions, the example that I gave, inappropriate touching among children, ask questions before you even make a call. Ask questions. The example that I gave is something that happened while I was on the phone with a parent. A child made the statement, my brother touched my butt. Before I could say anything, the individual threatened the mom with that Homeland Security investigation for exploitation, not considering that this is a 13-year-old child talking about a 14-year-old brother. I said, before you make that call, did you ask the 13-year-old what they did to the 14-year-old? That's not necessary. Yes, it is. Did you ask the 13-year-old if they hit the 14-year-old first? That's not necessary. Yes, it is. These are brothers antagonizing one another. I know them and I know their relationship. I would not have made a call because I know this is typical behavior for a 13 and 14-year-old brother. This is typical, but you're wasting resources now because you've just created an entire situation that did not need to be. How many families connected to the child welfare system are now entangled in this because common sense and bias did not come into play? And it's a snowball situation. I would hazard a guess, 45%. 45%. Common sense and bias.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and your thoughtful testimony. I have a couple questions. One is, so it seems like we've made a big effort in the state to really take into account that neglect is not necessarily a reason to remove. Have you seen any better outcomes in the last few years since we've made that an emphasis?
I wish I could say that. But the reason I'm here today, normally I would be sitting at my desk grading papers and watching this. But literally the last time you all met, I had 3 calls that afternoon, 3 phone calls from families. Mm-hmm. And I told them I would come today to tell their stories.
Good. Okay, and if I may, Madam Chair, so then my second question is, just this week I got a call from someone who they felt like the investigation, there was an investigation and someone didn't, they were saying, no, there's no reason. And so it was the other way. So I hear you saying common sense and whatever your other word was, I'm sorry. Bias, yes, of course. And so, there's this balance. I mean, what is your suggestion? And is your suggestion common sense for the caseworkers? Like, who are we? I'm just curious, what's your solution to this without going the other way when we get calls about the other way too?
House Bill 2070.
Okay. Good. I thank you for saying that. I appreciate, definite something that would be helpful for you. So, okay. Thank you.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here today. I was curious, so when you are talking about the snowball effect that occurs, I was curious in your area if you've done some tracking with regard to, we know, as an example, Shawnee County that we're in right now, more than 50% of the kids that enter into foster care, no one had contacted DCF to report that there was a problem. So when you make reference to the bias and the snowball effect, were those kids and those families actually reported to DCF? So is that a part of the bias also when we're looking at that 20% of the kids in foster care come from a population that's only 6% in our state? Do you know?
If no one's reporting them to DCF, they're reporting them to law enforcement. That's the other part.
Right.
Because there's always a paper trail somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
So do you know, when we are looking at this disproportionality of population, is it occurring more with reports to law enforcement or reports to DCF? Do we know that? Or do you know that?
I would say both, because if you look at the numbers of children that were reported truant during COVID, it's significant. There are a significant number of children that were reported truant that are now rolling over or have rolled over into DCF for truancy, which makes absolutely no sense because there were no policies or rules for truancy during COVID and virtual schooling.
Right. That doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
I appreciate that. One last question, Madam Chair. With regard to kinship placement, and when, again, we're looking at disproportionality that you spoke to, do we have fewer opportunities for kinship placement for this population?
I believe we do, simply because of the policies and the changes, because of the requirements. When I first started in 2013, 2014, the changes in requirements for everybody in the household to be fingerprinted, things of that nature, a lot of families said no because they didn't want that to impact their children. I could understand that because there's a whole different set of rules and all of those things of that nature. I mean, I have a son. I was taking care of my sister's children, and not that they were in child welfare, but, I was watching my nephew and niece because my sister worked at night and was going to school, things of that nature, and I can understand that. You have to understand the culture, and a lot of people did not want to bump up against that. I love children. I would adopt, I would foster, but there's so much risk to my license. I'm more valuable here than fostering or adopting, because I literally just read a story of someone in New York who had a complaint filed against them that was false and had to fight to get it reversed, but their license is still impacted because even though it was proven false, there's a shadow hanging over them now.
Madam Chair, I just want to say that I appreciate your testimony, and I think the work that you're doing is valued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you so much, Tara. I think you've been able to very clearly describe so many of the issues that we face, and it's one of those where it is hard to train people, that are doing this work to not have that bias. It's just really hard to do that. I was shocked when you said that a family was threatened with Homeland Security. Why Homeland Security? I don't get it.
Child sex exploitation goes through Homeland Security. And I literally...
That's really jumping the fence.
If they weren't so far away, I would have jumped in my car and went there. I also work for the Child Advocacy Center here, and I do therapy with children who have experienced, sexual abuse. But I had to explain to the individual, what you're doing is not necessary. I know this family. I've worked with them for at least 5 years. I know the nature of the relationships. You literally just met them today. You just walked in the door. You're making assumptions that are not necessary. You haven't asked the right questions, and you're going way beyond what is necessary to address the situation. Nothing I could say was effective enough for the individual to not make the report, and they did anyway.
Thank you, Tara.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you again. So it surprised me when you said House Bill 2070, and so I'm just kind of coming back to that, because at first so what part of House Bill 2070 would address what you're speaking of?
I haven't read it in its entirety, but I know that something of this nature, and when families are meeting all of the requirements that have been laid out for them, they're done. Nothing about their appearance, nothing about their culture, nothing about them as individuals that you don't like should impact the fact that they've met everything that the professionals say needs to be done for them to have their children back. At the end of the day, just because you don't like them does not mean they're not great parents. Just because you don't like the way they look does not mean they're not great parents. We all have a rough day. If someone had seen me yesterday passing out water to schools, you would have said, oh my gosh, who is she and why is she walking around town looking like that going into schools? But I was working. So nothing about these parents after, at the end of the day, you've met all of the requirements of your case plan. It's done. But
So in that case, you're saying parents whose children have been removed from the home, but then they've met all the requirements, and then they should be reintegrated? That's
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
No. Okay, thank you.
Committee, are there any other questions? Thank you so much for being here, and we really appreciate your testimony and for taking the time to come.
Thank you.
And next we would have Sean Wilson. And Sean, are you in the conference room or are you virtual today?
I'm virtual.
All right, very good. Please continue.
So everybody keeps talking about 2070, the House bill. I would like to address you, Madam, and the committee to revisit this bill because our children deserve the right to have their rights considered. Their rights are being taken away completely. With my children that I had in care, we repeatedly reached out to the GAL. She refused all contact with them for well over 9 months. This bill, it includes our court system, our justice system that is not following what is already in place. The TDMs have requested repeatedly on several cases that the children have family preservation, which are being denied and automatically put into sync cases. And then they're given GALs. Once they get those GALs, many of them go off of what they're given by the prosecution or the court system, and they never interject what is actually truly going on with the children. All of these children either have daycares, school teachers, they all have some sort of counseling, whether it be through the school system or through the professional facilities. They all have some kind of family members and friends, probably some kind of babysitters that have been involved in their lives. And these GALs do nothing to talk, to meet with. They make no attempts to find out what truly is going on with these children before, during, and after all of this stuff starts. I feel like their rights are being completely put to the side so that the court system can do as they please. You've heard repeatedly today that our judges and our and the attorneys are not following the guidelines set out for these kids. They're not following what the law says with the families. Me being a grandparent and not an association was shut down numerous times. I was not allowed to speak to the judge. I was not allowed to ever speak in court. I sent numerous letters informing the judge that the children's GAL was not responding whatsoever. And he completely dismissed that for numerous months. No attempt to change it, no attempt to question it. So I would like to see this committee be able to go forward with making sure there are guidelines written out that will include the best interests of the child, not the best interests of the court system. That's all I have for today.
Thank you, Sean. Committee, are there questions for Sean? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. Super quick. Shauna, what county do you live in?
I live in Franklin County.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shauna, I want you to know that we have heard repeatedly that the guardian ad litems, that is not in all cases, but in too many cases, that is a situation where the guardian ad litems are not actually meeting with the kids and are not assessing or evaluating. Madam Chair, so thank you for your testimony. But Madam Chair, I do ask that if our but legislative research could look into the listing of the states that don't require the guardian ad litem to be an attorney, and what the training and requirements are in other states that don't do that. And as a reminder, guardian ad litems are attorneys in our state, and they are paid to provide that service. And we have heard repeatedly that, one, they're overworked, but we've also heard that they're not working. They're not doing the job that they're getting paid for. So I liken that to, you go through the drive-through of McDonald's. I say that because my seatmates got her McDonald's cup there, but you go through the drive-through, you make the order, you pay for it, and they give you an empty sack. And we are hearing that attorneys who are paid to be guardian ad litems are showing up in the courtroom, and right before they walk in, they're trying to identify which kid is actually the kid that they're supposed to talk about, because they don't know, because they've never set eyes on that child before. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo everything that Senator Baumgardner just said. And I'd also add that in those cases where people have challenged the GAL to the court, the good old boy system has taken place, and then judges have utilized that, and it creates a conflict, and the people aren't going to get. So thank you very much for that testimony.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I also echo what Senator Baumgardner is asking for. And I would ask with that, that we know how the payment system works. Is it the state that pays the GALs, or where's the funding coming from? And what kind of standards do we have in order for that payment to happen? Do they have to meet with the children or the family? Are there certain things or steps that they must take in order to be able to receive payment? And if there isn't, I think, it would be great if this committee would consider seeing how we might be able to do something like that, regardless if we end up with attorneys or non-attorneys as GALs. Thank you, Madam.
Committee, do we have other questions? Yes, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question as much as I have a comment that this year we passed House Bill 2194, which is the Representative Gail Finney Memorial Foster Care Bill of Rights. And since we've heard some testimony regarding the child's rights and the foster family rights, and we do have that just went into effect, and the parents should be, the foster parents and guardians should be told what their rights are, even in court, what they're allowed to speak to. Some people just don't know what they have a right to speak to. So I just wanted to share that with those who are here testifying.
Committee, are there additional questions? Yes, Representative Humphreys.
So I wasn't able to be here at the last meeting, but had a great person stand in for me, Sandy Pickard. But I was listening the whole time, and the GAL thing came up last meeting also. And I do just want to mention that there is, we have been working on that. It was through the House Judiciary Committee. It was a bill that had to do with an attorney being provided for the child, and if necessary, a guardian ad litem. And right now, what our statutes say is a guardian ad litem, and if the court so desires or requests, then an attorney. And so there's some talk going on about making some changes. But I think it would be really great to have some sort of presentation on exactly what Representative Reese was talking about, just what are the standards and what does it look like in Kansas. So thank you for that comment, Madam Chairman.
Committee, other questions? Next, we have Devona Young. Please correct me. Devona.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to speak today. I'm over there dancing in my seat. I just want to say a big amen to everybody that spoke before me, because we are all here and we are all in this. Representative Ruiz, I think I have some answers for you. Yes. So we all know that a guardian ad litem represents the children in a sink case, but there appears to be confusion as to what their responsibilities are and who is in charge of them. Since I don't see guardian ad litems beating the doors down to come in and speak, I'd like to take this opportunity to share the process of a GAL being appointed what their duties are pursuant to statute and Supreme Court Rule 110A, and an experience that is all too common and obviously you are all aware of. Pursuant to KSA 382205, upon the filing of a child in need of care petition, the court is required to appoint an attorney to serve as a guardian ad litem for the child who is subject of the petition. So by statute, GALs are appointed by the court. Then you have Supreme Court Rule 110A, which also outlines this appointment and includes a list of what a judge must do when appointing the GAL. Along with ensuring the GAL has the required education and continuing education, per Supreme Court Rule 12A, the judge is also required to ensure compliance with this rule. Given that, the judge who appoints the GAL is the one who is to oversee them. After being appointed, what are their duties? Again, it's addressed in statute. The attorney shall make an independent investigation of the case and appear for and represent the best interest of the child. Rule 110A again goes beyond statute and a general statement and spells out what's required of this independent investigation, as well as factors to be considered in what's the best interest of the child. A guardian ad litem must comply with the following standards. In my testimony, there's a list. Conducting an independent investigation. Review all relevant documents and records, including those of social service agencies, police, courts, physicians, mental health practitioners, and schools. Interview, either in person or by phone, of the child, parents, social workers, relatives, school personnel, court-appointed special advocates, caregivers, and other having knowledge of the facts recommended. Continuing investigation and ongoing contact with the child are mandatory. Determining the best interests of a child, a guardian ad litem must determine the best interest by considering factors, their age, sense of time, their attachment to family members, continuity, consistency, there's a list there. Once the independent investigation is done, their duties regarding the court are also found in Rule 110A. Represent them in court, file appropriate pleadings and papers on behalf of the child. Represent the best interests of the child at all hearings. Present relevant facts, including the child's position. Submit the results of the GAL's independent investigation and their recommendations. Vigorously advocate, call and examine witnesses. So let's talk about this. I'm sure it would not surprise you that if I told you, in our case, a child placed with us since birth was at the time just over a year old and sent to live with a relative who had had little involvement, with whom the court had expressed safety concerns, and who had turned down placement when his 4 siblings came into care, as the GAL felt it was in his best interest. Would it surprise you again if I told you that GAL had never seen this child, had not spoken to anyone involved with this child in a professional manner other than the maternal grandparents, the legal counsel of maternal grandparents, and KVC. This GAL had only spoken to me once when this child was approximately 1 week old. A year later, this GAL made a recommendation for a child who had never lived with his siblings, never lived anywhere than our home for 13 months of his life, and the recommendation was made based on what? Ask her, and she'll probably resort to the good old because they were grandparents, while ignoring the above-mentioned concerns. So now who holds the GAL accountable? According to statute, it should be the judge. I appeared for court and ensured it was on the record the GAL had never met the child. Sorry. Basically, HB 2070 provides the powers to the Office of the Child Advocate to address all these things. All of them. Any questions?
Committee questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, I just want to mention that when we hear about bias, I do think we have to be careful. Because if someone is going to say, make a frivolous decision or what might be considered a frivolous complaint, maybe they do that with everyone, not necessarily someone of a particular race. I think we also have to look at the balance that these folks may be placed in, which you have these horror stories of this child died while in custody, but 5 different times it was reported to DCF and nobody did anything. So there is definitely a balance of what needs to be done. Please understand, I am not saying we shouldn't look into every single one of these cases, nor that we should ignore if a particular individual seems to have a bias, but we don't want to imply in this committee that there is an overall bias. A couple of things that I have noticed, yes, I agree. The GAL has come up several times as a concern, not been to see the child, not talked to the foster parent, concerns about placement, et cetera. We also know that I have personally within my family a child that was taken away with what I thought was a frivolous situation by the grandmother, turned the child in, took the child to them for custody because she was angry at the mother. She was the mother of the son and felt that the daughter, they were not married, should not have custody of this baby. And so she turned the baby in. It was a very difficult situation to try to get this child back. It was very well taken care of. And I totally get that, and I so appreciate the work that Tara Wallace and others are doing to try to help with this. And Tara, could I ask you to come back up to the microphone for a moment? As a classroom teacher, and there are others who are mandatory reporters, and I know that I saw things of children who would come into my classroom, and after a while you begin to think abuse. And you would see marks on the face that look like the end of a belt. You would see the same clothes, the child seemed dirty, hair greasy, not been bathed. And there comes a time where, how much do you ask as a teacher? Call in the school counselor and say, I have some concerns, but before I report this, could you maybe visit with Johnny? And so when you made a statement that you said, before you reported this, could you have asked these questions? Were you speaking of a mandatory reporter, or who were you saying should ask these questions?
Absolutely. A mandatory reporter, CPS investigator, anyone. Absolutely. I have a son who had a favorite pair of tennis shoes. I threw those shoes in the trash. Didn't think anything of them until I went to pick him up. We went to the book fair at the school, and I looked across the room, and there's my son with his shoes. He put them in his backpack.
Oh, that would have been my third son for sure.
And so if I didn't know better as a teacher, I would assume that this child only has one pair of shoes. But the school knew me well enough, and we had enough of a relationship. And that's what I'm speaking of. So ask questions, form a relationship, build a bond to ask questions. And a lot of individuals don't do that. They don't take the time to do that. And so the individual walking in the door with that family that I described earlier didn't have a relationship, didn't know them, but I'm on the phone with them and explain to her, I've known them for 5 years. Can I explain to you this situation? No, I've got this under control. Okay, well, you don't, but go ahead.
So at what point do you get involved?
What do you mean? At which?
Okay, so let's take the situation I mentioned, the boy in class, marks on face, dirty, concerns. Ask the counselor to maybe talk to the boy. I didn't feel that it was my place to get into those personal situations. Do you feel then the counselor should have called the house and say, hey, Mom, been noticing these things first before the mandatory reporting? And if so, where would you get involved?
So for any of the kids that I see as a therapist, I'm on their paperwork at school.
Okay. So
I'm in the
that makes a
school.
big difference.
Absolutely. I'm
yeah.
all about community, village. Someone said it takes a village to raise a child. Absolutely. I am all about it. I am on their paperwork. I'm in the school. Even if I'm not meeting with the child in the school, I make my presence known so they could call me. Absolutely.
Very good. So that's wonderful that you were on the paperwork. Otherwise, they wouldn't know to call you or anything else. I've also had counselors tell me that it's, for mandatory reporters, that it is difficult because if you call the home, one, you may not get anybody, but two, of course, they're going to be defensive. And then they're worried about it being taken out on the child when the child gets home. What would your recommendation be there?
So I would run interference as a buffer. The kids that I do see at school, I see them at school for that reason, to build that bridge between the parent and the school, because I know that there's a lot of mistrust. And I will help to build that bridge, create that relationship, because my goal is to work myself out of a job. I don't want to be part of your life forever.
Bless your heart. Well, that's what you do, and that's wonderful. But what about these kids that don't have you?
For the kids that don't have me, I'm educating people to show them how to create those relationships. I have interns. I show them how to create those relationships. When people ask me what I do, I will have them shadow things of that nature to teach them how to build community around the families that I work with. I have a nonprofit that does this exact same thing.
Yes, I see that here in your testimony. Thank you so much. And Senator Fascido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question, just a comment. Madam Chair, I think you've actually hit on something regarding the bias situation. Maybe it's not even that anymore, because I know that over the years, I've interacted with families of all races across the state, and so maybe we should start looking at it from a cultural aspect. So I know that there was one of our meetings here, we had a publicist who owns a newspaper called the Community Voice newspaper. Her name is Benita Gooch. Benita Gooch is the daughter of former Senator Rip Gooch. Benita Gooch is well educated, has a big, beautiful home. She also runs a newspaper. She wanted to adopt a child, and she was denied because when they asked her the question, where would the child be after school if you're working at the newspaper? And her newspaper company is really large with multiple rooms. And she said, well, I would bring her to the office just like I do my own daughter, because she wanted a playmate for her daughter, but they denied her. And then we were looking at foster care homes. We wanted more African Americans to become foster parents. Well, KDHE denied all of them because their homes weren't huge. And so, I worked hard to try to get some of those requirements lowered, because if you had an attic, it had to be a certain height and feet. And so maybe it's not biased, but because I know I would say the majority of the individuals I help are those that don't have a lot of resources, and they are uneducated, or they just don't have a lot of money for a good attorney. And so maybe the lens that we're looking at it should be overall. And then, Madam Chair, I don't know in the room who can answer this question, maybe Tara can or staff. So when we say what's in the best interest of the child, what I find, if we don't help that family, that child still has that problem, because even if they age out, they go back to that family that they know. So is that a barrier, that we're just helping the GL and the CASA person and everybody is helping the child, but and then it's separate to help the parents? I guess all these years I was thinking we were trying to help the whole family, but now I'm hearing that it's just the child. So is it poverty? I don't really think it's race, not anymore. But but I would say there are some different things, like when you mentioned, Madam Chair, that a black person, you might get hit and you may not see the welt for years because it kind of blends in with their black skin. You might be able to see the Caucasian child's bruise immediately. And so I guess when I, as a black person, mention the race issue, it's because when a Caucasian social worker goes into the home of a black family, if you came to my home, I'm having different things in there going on. I'm cooking different things. It's just different. But that Caucasian social worker removes that child because her perspective and the lens she sees it out of is totally different of how she grew up. And so I think that's why over the years I've talked so much about the race issue. But now, Madam Chair, seriously, the way that you just stated it and what Tara has said, maybe that's not it at all. So, I mean, any comment on that? I mean, because I want to really make a difference and help people and not just say it's about race.
I like to stay on schedule, but I will just say, let me let you answer that question. I'll make a quick comment, and then we'll go on to our 11 o'clock.
So bias crosses cultural boundaries. And when I say bias, I mean all boundaries. If you look at my website for my nonprofit, all of those children that I worked with this summer were of every race and ethnicity, and all of them have experienced bias. And that's what I mean when I say bias. There's no specific distinction for race, absolutely. When I say bias, I mean individuals who have specific frameworks that they use to judge every family that they encounter. And if that family does not meet their criteria, they're not good parents. I was a single parent for many, many years. And if I had encountered anyone that did not understand my situation, I would not have had my son. There's no way. Because I was a single parent working full-time, going to school full-time, and there were days that my son had the same meals every single day because that's all we could afford. And I promise you, someone would have said that that was neglect. My son is 25 years old now, working a great job as an architectural engineer, and there's no way that he would tell you that he was abused or neglected. Well, yeah, mom was always in school, and mom was always studying when she was at my soccer games, but he doesn't think he was abused or neglected. Someone else would say he was because I didn't meet their criteria. We were homeless for a long time, according to DCF federal government standards, but he was cared for and he was loved and he was healthy. But like I said, on our best day, someone could have said I was neglecting and abusing my son. And that's what I mean by bias.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I could be right there with you. One of 5 children raised in a 2-bedroom house. All 5 of us shared the same little teeny bedroom. 3 in one bed, and then the bunk beds. Thankfully, I had the lower bunk. But yeah, we had beans and a ham bone 3 times a week. My mom made all of our clothes. My sisters and I shared the same 5 dresses. I grew up that way. But I was loved, and all of us were successful people, and don't get me started. So I think it's very important for that, to know that the bias not be about a low-income family. I don't care what color you are. Okay, we're going to move to our 11 o'clock, and we want to welcome to the microphone Carrie Lawnard. Carrie, thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning, Chair Gossage and Vice Chair Kincannon and Ranking Minority Member Fascadeau and members of the committee. My name is Carrie Lawnard, and I'm the Child Advocate with the Division of the Child Advocate, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning. I thought, as I've testified before, we've talked about the process within our office and what the investigation process looks like, and that a report is oftentimes issued at the end with recommendations. But I think it was important this morning to share with the committee some examples, some hypotheticals about some of the steps that our investigators take when those concerns come to our office as we investigate and really kind of give a better picture of what happens along the way. So as we look at these hypotheticals, like I said, this is really just a compilation of some examples that have come in since the Division of the Child Advocate was created. So in this first example, we received a complaint from a parent who was working reintegration. And the concern was that visitation, which was court-ordered and was by policy that should be happening between the parent and child, was not occurring weekly. The parent resided in a different county than where the children were placed and had been told by the case manager that visits need to be at the agency or the office in order for supervision and monitoring to take place, but that the office had to be used where the children were located. The parent had reported a lack of transportation. Parents' work schedule did not work with the proposed dates and times that the visitation was offered to this parent. And the time did not account for the travel requirements in order for that parent to drive from where they resided to the office where the children would have their visitation. The employment requirement was part of the case plan. So this parent is being asked to travel without transportation and figure that out. This parent was asked to maintain employment, but that really essentially they were being asked to figure it out. Either choose to visit your children or choose to maintain employment. So in a situation like this, KDCA would request a meeting with the case team, discuss the concerns regarding the visitation efforts of the agency in regards to supporting weekly visitation as well as the parents maintaining their employment. The case team promptly met then with the parent and created a new visitation plan after that conversation. Additional steps that the agency made at that point in order to proceed with efforts towards reintegration was assisting transporting the children for visits to be with the parent at the parent's residence or in the parent's community. Also provided financial resources for the parent's transportation assistance. If the parent was having to drive, then they were being provided transportation assistance, as well as providing alternate times for the visitation that did not conflict with the parent's work schedule. So again, that's just one example of really just a conversation. And I think oftentimes what we're finding when we're getting involved with these situations and we're working to try to attempt to resolve the concern is really opening those conversations, asking people to take a step back and take a moment and look at it really with a new perspective. I think oftentimes, probably each one of us in this room can think about a situation where if we had just had a moment to stop, take a step back, and relook at the situation, then we can maybe think about some other solutions that we, if we had stayed on this other path, we would not have really considered or thought about. Another situation may include a foster parent who would contact our division concerned about the child who had been placed in their home for quite some time, and the parents were working reintegration, and that there had been a notice of a move to reintegrate with the parent within a certain time frame. And the concerns by the foster parent was that the agency really truly had not addressed the safety concerns in that parent's home, and they felt like the case was moving too quickly. The foster parent was concerned that reports that they had received was that the parent's home had no working utilities, that there was not food when the child was there to visit, and that when the child was returning from visits with the parent, they were returning with bruises and other injuries causing them concern. So when KDCA received a concern like this, again, the first attempt is to really try to gather some additional information. And so the investigator would contact the case team, talk about observations around visits, and we're able to, and as well as the household conditions that they would observe when they were in the parent's home. The agency reported that that when they were at the home, that they would complete a home visit. Each time that they would drop the child off, they would enter the home, that they would observe that there were always working utilities. They were able to observe that there was food in the home, and they were able to provide a reasonable explanation in regards to the bruise, that a child had tripped on the toy, and they were able to gather that information. So based on KDCA's conversations with both DCF and the case management provider, we were able to really confirm that the concerns that the foster parent had that were legitimate truly had been addressed, but for whatever reason, that information had not been conveyed. And I think that there's sometimes a struggle in these cases about how much information can be provided when we're trying to protect the confidentiality of the parent, as well as really address a foster parent's concerns. So in this situation, KDCA was at least able, again, respecting that confidentiality piece, but was really able to assure the foster parent that their concerns were addressed. Another situation may be involved, again, where a child is going to be going to a parent's home, but it involves state lines. And so a situation where an ICPC, which is the Interstate Compact for Placement of Children, is triggered. However, it is not always required when you're placing with a parent in another state. And so there were some questions about when that should be used and when it should not. And so KDCA was able to work with both DCF as well as the case management provider, and also had conversations with the guardian ad litem regarding what information they had about this parent's home in another state, what type of information they had in regards to services that would be provided by this other state as well. And so it's those situations where oftentimes it's really helping those individuals understand the parameters within the case, how the different laws play in, and still yet ensure that the safety of the child is being addressed. So as we think about these examples and some of the processes that we're able to help facilitate, some real examples outside of the ones that maybe had been provided in the annual report, where we were able to provide a synopsis, our recommendations, and then the agency responses. Some other concrete examples or practice changes that we've identified include, pardon me. There's a situation where we found practice concerns involving cases that had open child needed care case and a DCF investigation. So a child is in the custody of the secretary and a new DCF report is made. And I think Ms. Wallace had spoken about some of those situations where sometimes when children are in custody, we're still receiving additional concerns. What we had, in asking some additional questions, there had been some identified lack of communication between the DCF investigation team and the case management provider and their case team. And in regards to sharing information that was important, both about what had been reported, the investigation process, and overall child well-being. So, for example, in a particular region, DCF has now implemented just a local practice of having a required collaborative meeting between DCF and the CEMP whenever there is a new investigation that's initiated. And that ensures that ongoing communication, that information is being shared, frequent communication information sharing while that's pending. So there's again, those are just a few just examples as we've proceeded of just some examples within particular regions. We may have changes within a particular case. We've been able to identify some changes in practices in particular regions, as well as potential changes to both DCF policy and practice as well. And then just looking forward. So in my testimony, my written testimony, I think it's important to, one, recognize the important steps that were taken this last session. And I think Representative Kincannon had noted the importance of the foster care Bill of Rights for both foster parents as well as our youth. Among some other, I think, important steps. I think we're in a really critical position of we need to make some changes, and I think that's why we're all here today, and why we have so many individuals who are offering testimony and providing hopefully some important solutions, and why you're all here at the committee. We have some great information provided to us right now, really I think to guide some of those potential policy changes. The first being the progress report for period 2 from our neutral, from the settlement. We also have the CFSR report on round 4 as the agency starts to work on their improvement plan. We also have a number of other groups that are working on these same issues. So CAPTA funding requires that there be citizen review panels in each state. And so the citizens review panels had their joint meeting last Friday and are working on their own strategies and plans really for the next year to make some recommendations to the agency. I think another important step to note is we've heard a lot about concerns regarding our court system and the interplay between DCF, our case management providers, our courts, our attorneys, and our judges, and law enforcement. And so I'm not part of the planning of this. I've heard the discussion and some folks that are part of the planning, but I know that the Office of Judicial Administration, being spearheaded, I believe, by Justice Stambridge, is working on a summit this spring where they're going to bring together representatives from each judicial district, whether it be the judge, the attorneys, guardian ad litems, DCF, our case management providers, hopefully law enforcement representatives, because I think they are critical to the conversation, and have a summit where they're talking about just best practices, but then really coming together and talking about what is working and what is not working within our local areas. And I think that's a really important step when we start talking about how each judicial district is operating. I also want to take a moment to recognize some important changes that are happening as well. And we heard Ms. Wallace mention the 4 questions. I think all of you have heard us mention those during the session. And I want to just note that as KDCA has investigated particular concerns or situations, we're starting to see those 4 questions being utilized. For example, we had received a concern which included the unnecessary removal of a child from a parent. And in that situation, we were able to note that within the actual affidavit that went to the court, that those 4 questions not only were asked, but they were literally spelled out within the affidavit to provide responses to show that those had been addressed prior to that removal. So I think that's an important step as we start to begin to really identify whether there are, as we said, taking a step back and thinking about other solutions and common sense in whether or not the child needs to be removed and what services may or may not be able to be provided. So I look forward to this next session as the committee works to put together their recommendations and gather information. And I would be happy to stand for questions. Thank you.
Committee, are there questions? Yes, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. My question has to do with that second report that came out as a result of the class action lawsuit. So we continue to have, I know it's one area, I think it's 2 areas that we can't tell if we're complying because of the problem of collecting the data. So have you looked at what that problem is? Do you have recommendations for us on how we solve the problem so that we are actually reporting what was a part of the settlement?
Madam Chair, thank you, Senator, for that question. If I'm tracking, Senator, with your question and where you're referencing it, it's in regards to the neutral noting that there had been issues as to how information was reported and gathered, particularly from a certain area where they were not utilizing, I believe, a case management system, and that they were still using paper. And that is something that we also struggle with in regards to collecting information, whether it's case files are still being used as paper, and so there's a tracking system using that versus a system. I mean, my recommendation, which I think is in play, but it's working towards expediting it, is getting that case management system, the new database system for DCF, so that all of our providers are inputting the same information into the same system.
Madam Chair, as a follow-up, so the areas where we are significantly backsliding, what do you see as the solution for that? I assume that every one of our individuals, Madam Chair, that will be presenting will address that as well, but we have more kids than we did the year before spending the nights in homes or in offices. And it's interesting because, again, my colleague, Senator Fausto, mentioned someone that wasn't able to have a child because that child might be spending part of the day in the office, and yet we have folks representing our different foster care contractors that are taking those kids from a home and having them spend the night in an office. So we have that issue, as well as too many movements of a child within a 1,000-day period. And I remind people, you know, it's easy to say too many movements in 1,000 days, but then when you think in the life of a child, what 1,000 days represents. What 1,000 days represents. If a child were in middle school, that would be almost their entire middle school experience, and too many movements. So when we talk about too many movements in 1,000 days, that's in the context that they're being held in the foster system for nearly 3 years. So what recommendations do you have with regard to those two issues where we're not even close to meeting what we agreed to as a state? So what recommendations do you have so that this doesn't go back to the courts, because I see that as happening?
I wish, Madam Chair, Senator, in regards to the recommendations, specifically about placement stability and the number of moves, if there was a quick, easy answer, I think we would have it. I think it's very complicated, and I think it's going to take very strategic steps at the front end, all the way to our youth who are...
Be specific. What are the strategic steps?
So-
Because we're 3 years into this.
Number one, I think it's slowing the number of children that are coming into care in the first place. And I think asking those 4 questions is one. Identifying what are the reasons that our children are being put into custody in the first place. And we've heard that discussion, but I think it's important that we continue that, and it's going to include education of everyone that's involved, which is identifying whether it is a true safety issue, is it a poverty issue, what are the reasons, or what are the needs of this family, and are there resources that we can amplify at the beginning versus that removal? So we're slowing the number of kids that are being removed. I think the second piece is taking a critical look. We've increased the number of children that are being provided a placement with kin and family. I believe that one of the reports noted that there was an area where we could improve in regards to the support of those families. We need to ensure that those families that are then stepping up and providing care for these children are getting the proper support that they need so that those placements are not disrupted. I think the other piece is looking at who those youth are that are continuing to just have disrupted placements and are moving back and forth. And what is it that they need that we're not providing in order to ensure that they have placement stability? We never want children to sleep in offices. We never want children to not have a stable place. I can't imagine not knowing where I'm going to sleep every night or if I'm going to be at a stranger's home. The other piece of information, and this Senator will not answer your question, but I think it's important to say today because it's a discussion that we've had within our office as we are looking at this and thinking about the data and the information is there are strategies that are being put in place to improve placement stability. Some of those mean we're not having kids sleep in offices, but they are going from night to nights. One of the questions that we've had and concerns that we've received and we are looking at right now is the number of hours then that children are spending in a vehicle in order just to sleep at night. So they're driving hours to arrive late at night at a night-to-night placement to a stranger's home that they don't know without what they need, and then they're being picked up early in the morning and driven another couple hours to the office, and they may or may not go to that same place the next night. They may find a long-term placement, but what does that look like for that child? Again, I can't imagine spending hours in a car back and forth. So I think as far as looking at the solutions at the front end, making sure that we're providing, continuing to look at the services that we're providing to our foster families to make sure that they can maintain state placement, looking at the group or the cohort of youth that are struggling to stay in placement. But then when we're putting these strategies in place, really taking a critical eye. I know that there's some youth who will tell you that they would much rather sleep in the office than have to drive to a stranger's home 3 hours away, back and forth. So, Senator, I know that didn't answer your question, but like I said, I think it's important information for us to be looking at and asking as we're trying to address this issue.
I appreciate your response, and I appreciate that your willingness to go and be specific. When I look at slowing down the numbers, the 4 questions, what are the reasons that we're putting a child, taking them from the home and putting them someplace, those are not funding issues. Those are process issues. They're not funding issues. And yet what we keep hearing, the beat the drum is, well, we've underfunded. That's not a funding issue. Providing services, support services to kin and family placements, one of the criticisms that this committee has made for some time is, kinship is the movement and direction that DCF is wanting to take, and yet the funding isn't the same as if it were to stay in a contractor type placement. And Madam Chair, I will simply say, what are the reasons for removing a child? If you're going to remove the child and then the child has the option of spend the night in an office or ride in a car for 3 hours and maybe sleep some that night and we'll pick you up in the morning and take you back to the office, those are not choices that any child should have to make. And when we talk about kids that are tweens and teens that are runaways, I think you've pinpointed the reason. They're being forced to just take it. They've been taken away, and they have to just take being moved around or just take spending the night in an office. And that, I'm not sure how that is a better situation unless truly their life is in danger in where they were removed from. And so I do look forward to, and I do expect, Madam Chair, that when we hear from the folks that are going to testify starting at noon, that they are going to drill down and be very specific, because funding has increased. Funding has increased not only to DCF, but to our contractors. And we know that RFP process is still in play, and we need to know as a legislature, because we repeatedly get blamed. We get blamed, and we're the ones that are contacted over and over about help us with what's happening to my child, to my grandchild, we heard the stories this morning. But we need to know as a legislature what exactly each of these contractors are going to be doing to make the changes so we're not going to end up in court. And quite frankly, I'm not afraid of going to court, but what concerns me most is the reason for perhaps going to court is because we made an agreement and the contractors have known up front what that agreement was. And we haven't abided by the agreement. And that means we have not done what many have said is best for children. And so our hands are tied. About all we can do is try and get legislation passed, which may or may not be followed by either the agency, the contractors, or the judicial branch. We can continue to hand out money, and it still doesn't mean that the support services are going to get to those families where the decision was made not to remove the child, but to provide them with supports. But we need to know clearly what the plans are to turn around that report so that once again, a year from now, we're not going to have a report that says we failed, something that we were successful at, now we're failing, because our Kansas kids truly deserve better. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your forthright answers.
We have our lunch scheduled at 11:30, and it's out waiting for us, but we do have committee members with other questions. We have an hour and a half for our next group. Would you be willing to stay? Because we will be having a working lunch so that you would be the top of our 12 o'clock.
More than happy to stay.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Committee, we are just, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, the minutes. Committee, you received the minutes that were emailed to you. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes or any edits or amendments? Thank you, Representative Johnson. We have a second from Representative Concanon. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, and we are in recess until noon. I need to say thank you so much to Rachel and the Children's Alliance for lunch today. It's noon. We're going to continue with what we started earlier. We are going to begin with having Carrie Leonard come back up to the microphone. And I know we had additional questions. Representative Humphreys. Waited till you took a bite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. Thank you for everything you do. I just want to bring up one thing that when Senator Baumgartner was kind of questioning you about what are we going to do, and especially, well, one of the things you said was, we're going to see what's up with these kids, you know, that are, I mean, I'm going to call them the crossover kids, but, you know, the ones that are having to spend the night in office, we can't find a place for them. I think one of the things you said was, we're going to look into what is causing that. Who are these kids? What? And I'm like, I feel like we have been looking into that for years. It seems like it's time to not look into it. I think we know what the issues are. We've had studies on it. We've had presentations on it. So help me understand how looking into it more is going to help, but what are the actions that we're actually going to do to take care of some of it? And I don't know if you remember, you said we'll delve into it or we'll look into it. Does that?
No, thank you for the question, Representative.
I mean, yeah.
So, yes, we have studies. I think we have a number of studies that have not only looked at, I think you used the reference crossover youth. We've also had DCF and our CMPs are looking at who those kids are, what are their needs. And I don't want to speak for the specific strategies that DCF and our case management providers have put into place, in that I believe that they're prepared to provide that information. And there are a number of strategies that are being put into place. And are those working? And if those are not working then for that group, what are the kids that it's not working for? And so I think it's going to, when I say continuing to look at who those kids are and what their needs are, I don't think it just stops. So I don't think we just look at it one time. I think we have to put in strategies and take steps to address it, and that we have to continually then look at what is successful, what is working, and what is not, and where the gaps are.
Yeah, so I'm glad to hear that, because I think that's what this committee is about. Like, you know, we can keep looking into things, but at some point we do want to hear the strategies and what are, otherwise we'll have to, I mean, you're the expert, so we want to know from you, what are the strategies so we can implement them, so we can help you implement them. So I just needed to bring that up, and I do hope later, maybe when the agency will tell us what are the strategies, because I think we know who these kids are. I mean, we've been studying that for a long time, so thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure. Representative, if I can take one more moment, I think there were a few things that were enacted recently that we need to take a look and see how those are going to impact in that group. So we've talked about the community, the intervention centers, and how when those get started and how those are providing services then to the youth, and how that may or may not impact that cohort. We've the IDD waivers, there's some movement there. And so I think that there's a number of potential steps that we'll see how that impacts that group, and then what is it that we're still missing.
Yeah, that's great. And those specifics would be super helpful, so thank you.
Sure.
Committee, other questions? Yes, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a question for you, and then I'm going to have a question for staff, just heads up. My question for you is, you know, we passed the bill establishing the CARE network for the physical exams. Do you have the ability to request through we have Children's Mercy and KU Wichita that filter through those? Do you have the ability to do that, or is that just DCF?
So, Madam Chair, Representative, thank you for the question. That's not a question that's ever been posed.
Okay.
Right now, I believe that it's set up that it would be a referral from DCF. if a situation arose where we felt like there should be a referral, then I believe that the relationships that we have been building with DCF, that we would be able to contact them and make sure that occurred. We're also familiar with the representatives from Children's Mercy, so I think bringing the group together, that we can ensure that happened.
Okay. We did add law enforcement to that, so, you know, that, if that's a situation that would save a step, then maybe we should add you to that. Thank you. Then my question for staff is, I'd like to know what the definition in Kansas is for neglect. At CSG this summer, one of the sessions talked about there's over 50 definitions of neglect, and I wrote some of them down, and then how many states actually use that particular definition. But I just really wanted to know where we are with that.
Madam Chair, may I respond to the representative's first question, actually?
And I should say there are, three of us that all ask you that same question.
Okay.
So yes, please.
Certainly. So on the first question, if the care referral results end up in the agency record or a law enforcement record, in current statute, the Office of Child Advocate does not have access to DCF agency records or law enforcement records, but if they obtain those records through the EO, that is a way they can get the results of those care exams. So I wanted to clarify that.
Madam Chair, I'm not really asking for whether they, I guess that would be important too for them to have the results, but can she request a care exam?
Okay. And then the second question on the definition of neglect. So in KSA 38-2202, subsection T, neglect means acts or omissions by a parent, guardian, or person responsible for the care of a child resulting in harm to a child or presenting a likelihood of harm. And the acts or omissions are not due solely to the lack of financial means of the child's parents or other custodian. Neglect may include, but shall not be limited to: 1, failure to provide the child with food, clothing, or shelter necessary to sustain the life or health of the child. 2, failure to provide adequate supervision of a child or to remove a child from a situation that requires judgment or actions beyond the child's level of maturity, physical condition, or mental abilities, and results in a bodily injury or a likelihood of harm to the child. Or failure to use resources available to treat a diagnosed medical condition if such treatment will make a child substantially more comfortable, reduce pain and suffering, or correct or substantially diminish a crippling condition from worsening. A parent legitimately practicing religious beliefs who do not provide specified medical treatment of a child because of religious beliefs shall not, for this reason, be considered a negligent parent. However, this exception shall not preclude a court from entering an order pursuant to KSA 38-2217A2. AAT.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, other questions? Could you, okay. Could you, I'll say it through the microphone, please send that definition to us, to the committee. All right, thank you so much for being here with us. And next, we're going to invite Rachel, the Executive Director of the Kansas Programs and Services, Cornerstones of Care. And I know I'm going to butcher your last name, Rachel, so I'm going to let you say it when you come up to the microphone. I wish I could sneeze really cute like that.
That was.
Mine are loud, boisterous, and makes everybody jump. Okay, Rachel, please tell us your last name and proceed.
Yes, it's Spaethy. Spaethy. Yeah. All right. And did you say how much time I have? Are you going to?
Yes, actually, we allowed plenty of time, so you'll have about 10 minutes.
Okay, okay. Yes, so you'll have testimony. It was submitted actually by Justin Horton, who is the Cornerstones of Care Chief Program Innovation Officer. And he notes in his testimony that in his absence, I'm appearing today. My name is Rachel Spathy, and I am the Executive Director of Kansas Foster Care and Programs and Services for Kansas. I transitioned to this role in February of 23. So I've been with Cornerstones of Care, though, just shy of 2 years. It's just a new position for me. So I just want to give you just a brief history about myself so you know who's speaking. I've actually worked in the child welfare system since 1999. I received my Master's of Social Work and my law degree from KU. And I'm a little afraid to admit, but I served as a guardian ad litem for about 19 years. And I take great pride in that. And I saw that position go through a lot of changes in those 19 years. So while I'm newer to this role, I don't take this position lightly. I feel like I've been given a unique opportunity to work on policy and procedure, but this time from the agency side. So I've stood in court. I've had a lot of the same questions that you're asking people who appear before you. And now I have an opportunity to try to make the changes that I've often asked for. I agree with the sentiment of this committee where you can't fix everything with money. Money helps, but you also have to be able to look at your policy and your procedures and see what impact you can make. In the report that Mr. Horton gives you or provided, there's a lot of data in there. And so as I wrote my report, I was looking at the settlement agreement, and I wanted to tell you about some things that we're doing in our agency, keeping an eye on what is in that report. We do have processes and procedures that can impact outcomes, and so we are looking at that on a continuous basis. In Wyandotte, so we represent, I work in the foster care system for Atchison, Leavenworth, and Wyandotte counties, so it's catchment area 5 is what you'll read about. The total number of out-of-home youth in October of 2019, when we started to provide the case management services, was 842. And last week, we were down to 573. And this is a collaborative effort, as you've heard many sessions before. It's many different teams, different programs helping make this happen. As an agency, the strategies that we're finding successful that I want to continue to improve on is something called a red, yellow, green meeting. These happen every week, and they're very organized and intentional. The purpose of these meetings is to provide teams the ability to cross-collaborate, to review barriers to permanency, and identify solutions together. The people who participate in these meetings include case teams and our performance excellence team, because the performance excellence team, they're critical to improving, having outcome improvements. They help track progress and help identify barriers. So like a performance improvement team at our agency is like quality assurance. So they're looking at numbers, they're crunching them, they're making them make sense to those of us who math is not my background. So it's important that we have that team with our case teams reviewing this data, trying to identify barriers and see where we can have improvements. Traditionally, these meetings focus on children who have been in care 12 months or less, trying to have an improvement on one of the 18 metrics of improving permanency within 12 months of custody. Over the past several months, we've added a new subsection to these meetings. It's youth in congregate care. It's important that we are looking at not only how many kids we have, but also, of course, where are they? And as an agency and DCF supports reducing youth in congregate care, of course, we want kids to be in the least restrictive environment necessary. I will say that these meetings have helped reduce the number of youth that we do have in these sorts of settings. At the beginning of 2022, we had 63 youth in congregate care, and at the end of July, we were down to 43. This is something that we will continue to review as an agency to make sure that we do have our children in the least restrictive environment. We're also working diligently to eliminate youth sleeping in our office. I know you've heard some conversation about that before earlier this morning. We were one of the biggest offenders. Mr. Horton has talked about that before to this committee. In 2022, we had 30 clients in the office for a total, I believe, of 109 days. That's not acceptable, and we have eliminated having any youth in the office since January of 2022. We have not had any youth sleep in our office setting since that time. Some of the steps that we've taken to reduce youth in the office include standing up a family finding unit. This, a team member from the family finding unit is assigned at the time of referral. So that means when a child comes into custody, the family finding unit is searching for family placement and non-related kin. They're completing genograms for both sides of the family. They're asking who the child has a connection with and trying to make sure that we're keeping the children in the community. We've also worked hard to develop our placement finding department. This team has worked to build relationships with our other CPAs. The team has visited in person various placements throughout Kansas. They have a book of pictures to show youth of what some of the placements look like. We're connecting youth with the placements prior to the move so that the youth have a chance to talk to the placement before going. We also are no longer bringing youth to the office. As you heard earlier, often youth are connected to our staff. We're the safe person, they're who they know. So sometimes when we have a youth at the office, it would be hard then to get them, to go to a home that they don't know when you do find the placement. So we are no longer bringing youth to the office. In an effort to reduce permanency for children who don't have an identified resource, we've also had our family finding and placement teams continue to work jointly on what we call legacy cases. This is critical. So when you have children who have been in care for 2 or more years, we're re-exploring, we're constantly looking for what connections did they have? Is somebody who wasn't an option before maybe an option now? And so those staffings are occurring on a weekly basis. We have also reorganized, we recognize the need to support our relative and non-related kin homes. We've heard about that. You've read about it in a report, numerous reports. We need to provide support to those family members and to non-related kin homes who have our kids. We have a kinship team that continues to ensure that all relatives and non-related kinship placements have an advocate assigned, and they meet with them monthly. We've also instituted customer service surveys as well to make sure that we're providing them the support that they need. In an effort to decrease the time it takes to achieve permanency after termination, we've made numerous changes to our adoption acceleration team, and I expect this to result in marked improvements in timely adoptions. We're also working collaboratively with DCF to provide additional training for our staff, not just for our adoption acceleration team, but for any case member about the adoption process. A big change that we had at our agency was in April and May. We saw a need to stand up a new position to meet the needs of our higher acuity youth. We actually hired a director of managed care and clinical services, and under him he has a clinical utilization team and a nurse case management team. This is important because part of the settlement outcome you'll see they want, we need to be making sure we're doing timely assessments by somebody who's qualified, not only qualified to do the assessment, but with their education background. So we have a team committed to making sure that not only are the people who are doing the assessments qualified, but they've been trained, and that this is their responsibility is to make sure that these are being done and done in a manner that's meaningful, that we look at then to develop case plan tasks. This director of managed care and clinical services is ensuring that our youth needs are being met medically, whether it's regular medical care, dental, vision, but then also meeting the needs of our higher acuity youth. In the testimony provided by Mr. Horton, you'll see that he outlines several of the metrics that we are doing well in our area. Once a child leaves foster care for Area 5, they're not reentering. The maltreatment rate is well below what the standard. And children living with relatives or non-related kin, the standard that we are trying to meet is 50%. And in our area, we have reached 51. That is something that we are working very hard to maintain and to grow. The settlement. In the testimony, I mean, it's a lot of eras. When when you read, when you try to read the summary of where are we doing well, where are we falling short, for our area, we saw improvements in 6 of the 8 areas that were reported on. As we look at what are we going to do, because we need to make sure that what we're doing as an agency, to the point asked earlier, what policies and procedures do you have in place that are going to make sure that when you're under review next round, how are the outcomes? And I do believe that our clinical utilization team, our director for managed care, are going to address one of the areas where we saw a decrease. If you look at spend some time reviewing the report, you'll see that we may have an arrow that's yellow. So if the arrow is yellow and going up, it means that we improved, but we didn't meet that area. So we're looking at each report, each area, to see how we are going to see improvements. On the one night, I do want to take a minute. I don't have this outlined, but I do feel it's important to address. Our placement stability rate is something that we have a focus on. We have seen a decrease in youth at the office, yes. What I think that means for my area, though, is we have seen more one-night placements. That's a result, okay? So while they're not in the office, they may be in a one-night placement, and we've got to fix that. And it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's not one thing. It's a collective. And so when you ask that question during lunch break, I was jotting down what are the things that we can do to, and it's really just summarizing things that we've talked about in director meetings with my staff. What are we doing to try to reduce the one-night placements? I think it's critical that we are doing our TDM meetings. I know that this committee is probably familiar with those. That's something that we have the ability to affect, to impact. I need my staff to do those PSTDMs. They are effective at trying to preserve placements and prevent disruption. We need to reduce the number of kids who are coming in based upon behaviors. It goes back to those 4 questions. And you've done a lot to address that with the programs that we are going to see that can help provide services to the crossover youth. I do think that we'll see a reduction in the youth of the children who are coming in for behaviors. I also see an issue with, I'm not sure how much has been discussed in this committee about secure care and making sure that children who do run are safe. We have one secure care facility in the state of Kansas, and it has a wait list often and can disrupt on youth. And so oftentimes the youth who are in an office and sleeping often are also the youth who we find might have run behaviors. And we need the ability to make sure that if they do run, there's a procedure in court to get a no-run warning, and then if they violate it, the judge can order for secure care. And while I don't want children in secure care, there are some youth that, in order to make sure that they're safe, need to have that option. So we have one secure care in Kansas wait list, and they can disrupt. And if they disrupt on one of our youth, I have been told that then they will not accept placement of that youth for the following 2 years. So that really puts us in a hard place as a contractor. We need to work on recruiting foster homes that are accepting of older youth and LGBTQ youth. That is something that, as CPAs, I know has been a conversation, is making sure on recruitment. The therapeutic foster homes are important, and I know that there are conversations to move that forward. As an agency, the legacy case reviews are critical. Again, that's something that we can do and impact. So there are very specific things that we can do as an agency to affect internal policy, to affect outcomes. And again, this is not a position that if you would have asked me 10 years ago where I saw myself, it might not necessarily have been working as a director of a child welfare agency, but when the opportunity presented itself and given my experience in court and as a guardian ad litem, I thought it was an opportunity I couldn't pass up. And I am trying, as the executive director, to see what we can do to impact change and to answer some of those questions that I often ask when I appeared in court representing youth.
Rachel, thank you so much. Committee, do we have questions? Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Rachel, let me just say, really like your document that you submitted. Would love to see that be replicated by all of our different contractors. It's very thorough. But let's focus a little bit on that mental health services and assessments. When I'm looking on page 9, the current case read question is, does during the period under review, did the agency provide appropriate services to address the child's mental and behavioral health needs? So it gives us in the different areas how that's being done. But as we scroll down, we see, I guess on page 11, during the PUR, was the initial mental health and trauma screen completed within the 30 days of the child's entry? And so, you know, some of those areas, one area, one is 59%, and one area is 46%. So those are your two low areas, and then it's kind of spread out. So when we go back up to number 9, as far as receiving those services, appropriate services, is that just based on the kids that actually receive their assessment, or is it all kids? Because if they're not receiving those assessments within the 30 days, and then we go a little bit further and you evaluate, was the assessment performed by a person who's either a qualified mental health professional or a professional that holds a certain degree, or was the screen performed by a person who's been trained to reliably administer the specific screen provided? So, you know, if we have this group that hasn't really been screened, or hasn't been screened by someone that's been reliably trained, we're still, when we look at, again on page 9, you're evaluating all kids based on whether they received appropriate services, correct?
Yeah, so that 9.
Do you understand how I might be a little
Yeah.
concerned about that?
So the assessment, though, are those ones that are required by the settlement,
Right.
which is different from if they're receiving mental health services. So,
I understand.
Okay.
But the question there on page 9 is, did the agency provide appropriate services to address the child's mental and behavioral health needs? And so, do we have the right people even screening for that? And are they doing those, the initial mental health and trauma screen occurring within those first 30 days?
Okay. So
How can you evaluate that they received appropriate services if they didn't, if they were that group of, I guess it's 54% in Area 7 that didn't even receive the screening in the first 30 days?
Okay, give me 1 minute here.
That's okay. So I'm looking at page 9, 11, and then 12.
Right. So, okay. The question, did the agency provide appropriate services? Okay. So a child could receive services but not have received a screen. The screens are separate, and the mental health center would do their own assessment as well as to what that child needs. So yes, a child could be in mental health services at a local mental health center and have gotten credit on the review for, yes, they're getting services, but that child might not have had the screens that were required by the settlement. So I understand you have to look at them together, because you want for whoever's providing the mental health services to have reviewed the screening tool.
Okay.
So you do have to look at it in conjunction. In fact, the way it's broken down is like, in one report I saw, like it's a question broken down into various subparts. Like you look at A, B, and C, like it all goes together. And so in order to know if we're really making progress, we do need to make sure that the kids who are having the mental health services have had the screening by somebody who's qualified. In our case, in our situation where I was disappointed, it shows that our person who's doing the screening wasn't qualified to do it. Do you know what that? They do. They have their bachelor's. That's required. Not only is it an education piece, but it's then did they do a training, right? They did it. It wasn't captured correct. Like when they were onboarded in NEO, like new employee orientation, that was missed. So that person has the degree to do it, probably was doing really good screening, but we failed to meet that out. Like we had a decrease because of a issue of documenting that she did the completion of how to do the screen.
Okay.
So we have to look at it all together. And we do want for the children who are receiving the mental health services to have had the screen so that it's all looked at in conjunction, because otherwise, to make sure that the services that they're getting are meaningful.
Right, and the timely issue is very crucial.
Yes, yes.
So what steps are you implementing that are going to make things more timely?
So at my agency, the assessments are now all handled by a clinical utilization team. So it's not by a case manager, it's by, we have 3 individuals who are trained to do these assessments, and they are managed now by a director with oversight and tracking to make sure that they are getting done. So I expect to see an improvement. That is a change that structural, that didn't exist before.
Other questions? Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. So the youth that receive those mental health services, is that just automatic or is that determined during their intake? Or the court has?
Well, their placements, wherever they are, would have taken them to get the mental health services. It could also be that an agency has services that they provide. Like there's various,
But how is it determined when you provide them those mental services? I mean, I hear a lot of times that we need to love them and not drug them, and that we are over medicating, or so I'm just trying to determine so that in your package, those that are receiving the mental health services, how was it determined that they needed those services?
well, typically it would be based upon like behaviors that a child might be exhibiting. Do they need to go? Like you don't go to the doctor, like if, well,
I guess I'm trying to say, so you guys are
Based
first
upon-
meeting the child, and then they're acting a certain way, and then someone just says, let's test them.
It can come from various parties. So like if, I know when I used to work on the case as a guardian ad litem, if I had concerns, I'd ask that the child, when we have like case plan meetings and you're discussing what's going on, you could have the concern raised from various people in the case that that child needs to have mental health services.
And at that time, do you ask the parents, though? Do the parents have an input on?
Yes.
Okay.
On if the child receives services.
I mean, maybe that's just their normal way of being, as opposed to needing Ritalin or those services. But so I guess that was my question: is how is it determined during that intake process?
Well, for any medication like that, we always you want to get parents' permission on things like that. Depending on what stage the case is, determines who can consent. And so always you'd want for parents to be involved. But it can be anybody who's involved with the child making a recommendation or saying that this child does need to have some sort of assessment. But whether or not
But initially, it's just determined on how their conduct is.
Well,
when you first meet them?
or by what Senator was just pointing out before, from the assessments that are done, it can determine whether or not they
I
need
see.
services. So to her point, they need to be done and done timely by somebody who's qualified.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Reese.
My question is that I'm thinking that there's probably children that are being referred who are already coming in with mental health services. So is another assessment done on top of that?
Well, the assessments that we're required to do by the settlement are done on every child who comes in.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if they're already coming in with a diagnosis and established mental health services.
No, but there's spots, each assessment's a little different, and you note what the prior diagnoses are or where they've had services that would be documented on those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam.
And other questions? Yes. Representative Concanon, before she asks her question, Rachel, would you pull that mic a little bit towards you? We're hearing that people on WebEx can't hear you.
Sorry, and I'm moving.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rachel, for your report. I'm just wondering, when you were talking about reducing the number of stays in the office, then that increases the number of one-night stays. And would that then impact our data for the number of moves per year? So how do we balance that? Are we setting ourselves up for failure? And
Well, that's actually a topic of conversation in my office. Yes, because we don't want, youth in office was, we don't want youth in the office, but we also don't want them in the car traveling one nights. And so it's critical that my teams that are family finding are looking for placements, reopening cases where perhaps we hadn't found an option prior. People's circumstances change. And so it is we are taking steps. We actually have an improvement plan, and we focus on, it's the rate per moves per, number of days. And so we are keeping an eye on that. So we definitely recognize that as an agency, while we had to reduce, we had to eliminate children in the office, it is impacting other outcomes, and we are trying to take steps to decrease the number of moves. Because as you can imagine, it's not only difficult for youth, they don't know where they're going, but also my staff who have worked, because they're the ones doing the on-call after hours. So we have staff who are driving at night after working a day and then have to be at court at 9. So in the back of my mind too, I'm keeping, first and foremost for me is retention of staff, right? We have worked really hard to become staffed, quality staff, training. And so it is kind of a snowball effect. So we are keeping youth out of the office, but DCF also has initiatives for therapeutic foster homes, the funding for the crossover. Like, it is definitely a collaborative process, and I think there are things in place coming down the road that are going to help reduce the one-night stays.
okay, thanks for that explanation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we have our last question from Senator Holscher Committee. In case there are other questions, I'd like for us to kind of stay on task and get through our other conferees. However, if you wouldn't mind staying, if we do have some time before 1:30, in case there are additional questions for you. Is that okay, Rachel?
Absolutely.
Senator Holscher, please go ahead with your question.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Rachel, thank you very much for the information. And I remember one time we were talking about kids staying at offices, and somebody mentioned, obviously we don't want that happening, but somebody did mention that when a kid stays in an office, I mean, it's not a situation where, they're sleeping in a chair sitting up. Can you, and I can't remember all the details, but can you remind us of kind of what that environment and what that situation is like? Because I do understand that sometimes if given the choice, a child may, choose staying in an office versus riding in a car 3 hours, that type of situation. I just can't remember the specifics. So if you can remind us. And additionally, I'm going to leave my camera off. I didn't get to bed till 2 a.m. after moving in my college student last night. So thanks for bearing with me.
Yes, I think it's a little different at every agency, but for us, we actually had a room where there was, it wasn't a chair, it was like, I'm old, it was folded out to a bed, it had bedding, we had a bathroom, there was a refrigerator, food, we had a TV, we had books. You think of, it still was an office. But it's not, we had to, it was like survival mode, right? And my staff care very deeply for these children, these kids, and their older youth. They form attachments with the workers, and it's exactly right. If you had a child in the office who would rather stay there and be connected and felt like, we were a place that was familiar, we were a place that's safe, they knew we were taking care of them versus taking them to some placement for one night. So it was a makeshift sort of room. Then I also had staff there overnight, right? So again, my staff who are working full days and are on call then are overnight in the office watching and then starting to work the next day. So no, it's not that they were sleeping in a chair without, it's not what I would pick though, and it's not what I want for my kids. It's not what we want for any of them. So it just has it has, for us, definitely placed us in a situation where, we're celebrating we don't have children in the office. Like I said, last year, 2022 was not, when you look at the numbers and where they fell, it was with our agency. And so we haven't had any since January of this year. And so that's something that we celebrate, but we definitely are keeping our eye on how that affects everything else.
All right. Thank you so much for that elaboration. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Rachel. And next we'll move to Jeanette Owens, who's the Child Welfare Officer for DCCCA. Welcome, Jeanette.
Thank you, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concanon, Ranking Member Foscato, and members of the committee. My name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm the Chief Child Welfare Officer at DECA, where I've worked for the past 20 years in the Child Welfare Program. I really appreciate the opportunity to share again today about our services. I wanted to start with our Child Placement Agency, and in that first part, you'll see some of the numbers of where we're at. We currently have 396 foster families, and I shared that with a little bit of a celebration. We're looking forward to a celebration of having 400. That's the highest number we've ever had, and we've focused for the last decade on retention of homes, and I shared the last time when I met with you guys that we're at about 6.5 years for average of our foster families, which is significantly higher than the national average. And so we're excited to see that retention is allowing those numbers to grow. I also wanted to share a little bit about the continuum of foster care in our Child Placement Agency and other services that we provide, just to explain a little bit more what some of our foster families can do. So we often talk about traditional family foster care. You've heard a lot about it. Every time we've met, children in need of care, placements, respites, emergency care, therapeutic foster care. But there's also other types of services that our families provide. And some of those are outside of custody of the secretary, including SED services, which is, there's SED respite, which we partner with over 20 mental health centers to be able to provide to those kiddos that we're trying to keep out of the system. We also provide professional resource family care, which is a little bit longer than respite and allows those kids to be in those homes 30 to 60 days. Some of times those are kids that are returning from being in a PRTF stay, or sometimes those are kids that the family doesn't feel safe to have that child in the home right then, but we're able to intervene and work with the mental health center to place those children very temporarily in a licensed foster home. Another part of that continuum is police protective custody services. We have a series of foster families that stay at home, have one parent that stays at home that's able to keep those kiddos, whether they come in day or night. Another service that our families are able to provide is intellectual developmental disabilities placement, where kiddos that are on the IDD waiver are able to stay in our licensed homes. Additionally, I've shared before with you, we provide family preservation respite, and that's something that we've seen time and time again help prevent children from coming into care. We work really hard with our families and family finding and things like that when we start family preservation services. But if there is not somebody we've been able to identify in a crisis, we know we can go to and offer family pres respite to potentially eliminate either police protective custody or more serious next steps. Another option in the continuum of care that we provide is post-adoption respite, and that's a newer service, and that allows families that have adopted and that are having specific challenges in their family to reach out, and we provide several services, but one of those would be to provide respite in one of our licensed foster homes. We think having this full continuum of care for families allows families to continue to foster in all stages of their lives. So at sometimes they may be able to be a therapeutic foster home, and other times they may just be able to take respite once a month and provide care that way. Next, I wanted to provide updates on some projects, innovative projects that I've shared about before. One is our Foster Family Appreciation Card. This is a poor example, but we're getting really close. They'll be out next week. But our families will be able to carry these around in their wallets or purses, scan the QR code, and it will offer them hundreds of discounts, free admission. There's the admission. I was like, that's not right. Free admission to places and activities that they can attend, and that using that QR code will allow us to regularly update it so they can have those services accessible at all times. Those services may look like discounts to barbers or getting their car fixed or lice removal, things that consistently maybe create small barriers or large barriers in their lives, but it also will provide those discounts to activities. So we've partnered with things like Botanica in Wichita, Exploration Place, where they're giving discounts to our foster families so they can, hopefully that we've removed a barrier to allow those kids to attend additional things. I next wanted to move on to We Can Drive. I haven't spoken about this program for the last couple of times I've been up here, and just wanted to highlight our fiscal year 23 numbers. Since we started 2 years ago, we've served over 250 youth, and in this past fiscal year, we enrolled 121 kids in driver's education. 31 of those youths, we helped purchase their auto insurance. 64, we helped get their license. And so we're really excited about this program. Each kid, it's really exciting to see when they can show us that license and the impact that makes on them. Next, I'll move on to our family preservation services. And I'm going to skip all the way down to that data piece. We currently have 211 active families. We have 75 family preservation staff. That's up almost 10, I think, from when we met last. We are currently averaging about 5 families in our Tier 1 and 10 families in our Tier 2. We are also, though, very strategically gearing up for schools back in session. And if history repeats itself, we would, and as I mentioned earlier about school and hotlines and different pieces, we would anticipate the number of hotlines to go up, the number of investigations to go up, and the number of family preservation referrals to go up. I next wanted to address a couple of questions that we've been asked to talk about. One was last time we met, it was requested that we bring like an index card with if somebody wants to be a foster parent, who to call, if somebody has a family preservation question, who to call. So we went ahead and made some of those, so I will leave those if anybody's interested in those. We are working on, it's not quite index size, we tried, but we are going to, by the next time, hopefully have a wallet-sized card for that as well, so it'd be easier for people to be able to have access to us on whatever specific need that they have. And then the other question about the settlement, I think it's important to note, DECA is not a foster care provider. We do not have a foster care contract. We're a family preservation provider, so a lot of times our data will look different. We won't have those numbers, and you'll see in those. But we do feel very much that our services can impact and do impact those numbers. And so we work really hard on placement stability, and we do that in multiple ways. As mentioned earlier, keeping kids out of care impact all of these numbers. And so our family preservation services and trying to add innovative things to reduce children coming into care is one of our most important things that we focus on. Within our child placement agency, every single month we meet with every single child placement agency staff and talk about our disruption numbers. We're really proud of our numbers. They're extremely low. And we think because of that constant focus that helps with that. And that starts even at the beginning when we meet foster families and we're in the initial stages of training. We always want you to feel that you can say no to a match when we match a child with you. We always want you to say, I'm not comfortable or anything like that. So we make sure we make the best matches. But once that child's in your home, then we're going to circle around and try to do everything possible to keep that child stable and your family stable while they're there. So those are definitely things that we're continuing to work towards to help with the settlement information. And then the other question that was mentioned is what else can we do in the system to truly make an impact? And I think a lot of things have already been talked about. I'll add just another emphasis, and I think I've done this every time I've spoke. Behavioral health needs, therapeutic needs for our kids, timely, with experts that understand is a huge need, and there's been a lot of efforts put to make that happen and have more access to that, and that continues to be something that we'll focus on. I think adding behavioral interventionists has been something we've seen has been huge for us. It allows us to put an individual in with our foster homes or our family pres homes that has more time to truly make an impact on behaviors of children and some stability there. So I think I answered all those questions that have been mentioned previously, and I'll be glad to stand for any questions at the appropriate time.
Committee, are there questions? Okay, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the driver's ed or that program that you're providing, so where are you getting the funding?
So that is through a grant from DCF, and we're currently in the East region.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jeanette. So this question, it's kind of for the good of all the committee to help us understand where you fit into all of this. So you're not one of the 4 grantees, but you're a child placing agency. And so, but then I think you said we're not a foster provider. So can you just explain a little bit? Because in here you're talking about our foster families, we do this, we have this many, and so on. So could you just explain a little bit about where you fit in the system?
Thank you. No, I should be careful with my language up here. So we are not a grantee is probably what I should have said. We are not a grantee for the foster care contracts that we're talking so much about. We provide family preservation, which is why I'm a part of the larger grants. Each of the grantees either provide, also several of them also provide family pres. I'm not saying that very articulately. So I am the sole, DECA is the sole entity up here that doesn't provide the grantee services, but does provide another large grant of family pres. Our child placement agency is aside from that. So there's the grantee foster care piece, then there's family pres, and the child placement agency is actually even further away from that. And it's not a specific, well, try not to complicate. It's another service that can be provided.
And so not with your family pres, but with your child placement agency, which of the grantees is sort of between you and DCF?
So in Family Pres, nothing.
No, not Family Pres,
In the CPA, all of them. So we work with each one of the grantees to place children in our foster homes or match children with our foster
Because
homes.
the Family Pres is directly from
Correct.
DCF, but
Yes.
I was curious about the other.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you.
Committee, other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Committee, next we have Linda Bass, and Linda's the president of KVC, Kansas. Boss.
Thank you.
I think Representative Concanon has only corrected me on that maybe 4 times, and I keep forgetting. Thank you.
Representative. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concanon, Ranking Member Faust-Godot, and members of the committee. My name is Linda Boss, and as mentioned, I serve as president for KVC Kansas. In light of my time today, I will hit the highlights of the testimony that have been previously requested in this committee hearing, and then I will save time with my 10 minutes to try to address Senator Baumgardner and Representative Humphrey's questions about the path forward, and then stand for any other questions. KVC Kansas is a child placing agency, a prevention provider, but here today we're a case management provider in 2 of the 8 regions of the state. I did provide an updated foster care report card on the bottom of the first page of my testimony that I had provided previously. I would like to point out 2 important facts from that report card. The first is regarding child safety in foster care. For many years now, the entire Kansas child welfare system has far exceeded the federal guidelines in child safety. If you look at the report card, we are at 2.9. The standard is 8.5, and the lower the number, the better. So all outcomes are important outcomes for Kansas kids and families. But as I will mention every single time, the most important outcome is that if children have to be separated from their families and placed into foster care, we must keep them safe. And we are leading the nation in child safety. The second fact I want to point out is regarding the placement of children. If we're going to have children separated from their family and safe in foster care, we want them to be living with a family. We know this is best for children, their physical health, their mental health. In Kansas, we have averaged for a long time around 90 to 92% of children living with a foster family or someone who they know. There was a time in Kansas when we were mid-90s, 95, 96%. When I started my career in Kansas child welfare, we were at 97%. So we have always performed really, really well in the areas of child safety and living with a family, which are 2 very important and critical outcomes. So as we look at the entire Kansas foster care system with its flaws, with its area for improvement, just wanted to start out by pointing out those 2 important facts. Next, I'll move on to KVC Kansas specific data. In the last 12 months, 611 children have been referred to us for out-of-home services. We have 702 children who have reached permanency. The majority of those, 47%, have reintegrated with a parent of removal, and about 1/3 of those children have reached permanency through adoption. We currently have 430 children who were legally free for adoption. Looking at youth overnight in the office, since this committee last met, we have had 3 youth spend 1 night in the office. That occurred during the month of July. For 2 of those 3 youth, placement was located, but the youth refused to go to the placement, so they did stay in the office. And for the 3rd child, placement was not located. So far in August, we have not had any children overnight in the office. In terms of caseload sizes, just as a reminder, DCF sets the requirement of no more than 30 children on a single worker's caseload. We are beneath all of those requirements. Our own standard at KVC is 1 to 15 children for a permanency reintegration case manager, 1 to 25 for adoption, and 1 to 28 for aftercare. We're within our own standards in every area except for catchment area 3, which is the East region. And we are at 17.7 for reintegration and below that for the other areas. Youth who are missing or run away from care, we still employ 2 full-time missing youth specialists who work to locate and recover any youth that's missing from placement, as well as engage with those youth to find out the reasons why they're running away from placement and help to reduce the likelihood that they will in the future. We currently average about 1% of youth missing from care, so that equates to about 15 to 20 youth on any given day of the 1,500 youth we serve. We do see a cyclical trend to that data. It's lowest in the winter and the colder months. We usually average below 12, and when the weather warms up, we see that number creep up to about 18 to 20. I do want to highlight our efforts on workforce retention, because we know how much whether or not we have consistent, engaged staff impacts the outcomes for children and families. We had another record year for staff retention. We had nearly 81% of our staff who were retained last fiscal year, which is a 10-year high for us at KBC. And just to compare to the national average, most child welfare organizations see between 50 and 60% of their staff turnover every year. So to retain 80 to 81% of staff, although it's not 90 or 95 where we'd like to get, is remarkable in the field of child welfare. Indeed, which is the #1 job site in the world, I'm sure most of us have heard or maybe even used Indeed from time to time, they have recently published what is called a work well-being score, and KBC debuted on that list at a score of 77, which is in their high category. And we understand that only 1% of organizations nationwide score in this category. And the reason that I mention this is because it directly feeds into our workforce retention efforts to make sure that every staff member feels safe and valued and engaged in the work that they're doing, so that then in turn, when they work directly with kids and families, they can be engaged with those families and help them achieve the outcomes that they've set for their family. On the middle of page 4, you will see our rising engagement score. I've mentioned before that we have an ongoing partnership with Gallup that's been in place for a little over 5 years. And you can see when we started our work with Gallup, we had a rate of about 35% of our staff had an active engagement score, which is in line with the national average. 5 years later, we are at 57%. So we continue to see the number of our staff who are actively engaged in the work that they're doing increase. I will turn now to recommendations. I have stood before this committee making recommendations on how to improve the system. I think every time I've come, sometimes I start with the recommendations if I only have 3 minutes. We've offered a lot of recommendations, everything from workforce recruitment and retention to making sure that communications is strong across various systems and organizations. But every single recommendation has always led back to prevention. Prevention is the key to not only right-sizing and fixing many of the problems that exist in our current child welfare system, but we have to also remember that the child welfare system includes prevention. A lot of what we stand up here talking about is what happens after children are separated, but the child welfare system is about preventing separation from ever occurring in the first place. And when we look at what's happening in Kansas, although Kansas spends a lot of money on out-of-home foster care, we are not in line with the funds that are going to preventions, what's happening before families ever know child welfare to exist. But we know that the cost of prevention far outweighs the cost savings attached to foster care. So for example, high-quality prevention services are $5,000 to $10,000 per family, where foster care for a family of 2 is upwards of $90,000 a year. So not only is it good on the fiscal side, but it just makes sense to serve children and families at their home. So knowing I only have about 1.5 minutes left, I'm going to turn my attention specifically to things that we're doing related to the settlement. So if you look at the most recent report, you will see that KBC has made great strides forward in completing timely trauma and mental health assessments with youth. One of the things that we did to change and correct that is we changed who was completing those assessments. Previously, it was the foster care case manager. We then asked our outpatient therapists to complete that. Not only would they meet the requirements because they are master's level therapists who have been trained in these trauma and functioning assessments, but we also could then help ensure that they were done timely. So you'll see that we are now 90 and 94% in children receiving timely mental health assessments. We are also 94 and 95% of those assessments being done by a qualified mental health provider. And you will also see that our children in a stable placement is at 90 and 93%, so not as high as we want it to be, but going in the right direction. One of the areas that we need to continue to work on is when the children are assessed, and it is clear they need further treatment, making sure that those children are getting into treatment timely. And our biggest challenge with this is the youth who are moving frequently. So they may not be even in the same area with the same therapist every single day. So one of the changes that we are in the process of making is we have a report that comes out that shows children who move frequently, and we are asking our outpatient department to connect with the permanency team for any child who's moving frequently in a month. And if there is a barrier to getting them into mental health services with a community provider, that they will assign them to one of our own mental health therapists who at the very least can provide telehealth. Even if they are moving to a different location every week across the state, we can use telehealth if the child is able to engage through a computer or a phone to make sure that at least in the interim, until we can ensure placement stability, their mental health needs are being addressed. So that is one strategy that we're using to improve that area, as well as we have really frequent case reviews that involve everyone in and outside of our organization who has expertise in this area to help uncover solutions to barriers that may exist for that child receiving timely services or factors that would improve their placement stability. I know I'm close to time, so I will pause here and see what questions that you may have for me.
Thank you, Linda. Committee questions for Linda. Okay, Paul. I'm sorry, Representative Wagoner.
Thank you, Chairman. Your suggestions on choosing to delay fully funding foster care prevention, cost the state of Kansas 9 to 18% or multiple times more per family. The question I have, though, is that, of course, since I've been here the last few years, we just started doing, or they started on the federal level, even having this family first prevention type stuff, which I take it is what you're referencing. And so in what sense are we not fully funding that? I mean, can you explain?
Yeah, so the Family First Prevention Services Act is one great step that the state has done. We're a leader in this area, stepping out first to get those services underway, and those are helping, along with family preservation. But if you look at the total dollars being, the percentage of the child welfare funding going to prevention versus going to foster care, we're out of sync with the national average. So Kansas is spending more of our child welfare funding on out-of-home compared to the national average, and we're spending less in prevention. So it could be family first funded programs, it could be family preservation, which that funding has remained pretty stagnant for the last decade, and other preventions, early childhood, parent substance abuse, mental health treatment. So it's not just about child welfare prevention programs, but it's even further upstream than that, looking at what helps keep families stable in their communities, what lifts families out of poverty and helps reduce some of the added stressors, what helps keep kids in school and succeeding in school. All of those are under the umbrella of prevention, and the more that we fund and build up families through those prevention services, the less we will need to spend on foster care. And if I can make one more point, the kids that we are failing with, when we present the data, this is all connected. The kids in the office, the kids not receiving timely mental health services, the kids who are not going home to their parents. All of these kids are in a group together. We are collectively failing this 10 to 11% of youth. These are the youth that foster care was never designed to serve well, but who was designed to serve them well are the prevention services. So we have, if we're gonna solve foster care and child welfare, we have to take a look at both serving who's already in the system, but also looking at getting to those kids and families much, much earlier before the problem became a crisis, so that they never have to experience foster care, because we know that the foster care system is failing them.
Okay, so now I'm very curious. I'm not, on the whatever appropriations and such, but I mean, What type of money are you talking about? I mean, is this something that the governor's budget has not proposed? Is this something that the legislature has not authorized from that end? Or is it just coming from the start? I would suppose it would have to be from the governor's budget that they're not requesting this money. And again, are you talking, is this like a $10 million? This is like, you know, how much out of sync is Kansas in this area versus the national average?
Yeah, so to answer your question, I think it's all of the above. So I've been in lots of committee hearings where you have individual programs coming up here, like 0 to 3, infant, toddler, saying we need more funding and this is why and this is our outcome. And the answer to that request is yes. The DCF recently put out a survey asking for priority areas for the governor's budget, and prevention was my first response back. So it's not just one request or one area. If it's a funding request that has evidence behind it to show that's an effective prevention program, whether it's education, healthcare, substance abuse, all of those are going to be dollars better spent than waiting for that family to get in crisis and then funding them to be separated in foster care. And in regards to your question, I think I actually brought data with me on that. I believe we are spending 9% of our child welfare budget on prevention, and I think I'll have to correct, I'll get back to you if I'm wrong, but I think the average is 16 to 20%. So we are below average in how many of our child welfare dollars we are putting towards prevention versus foster care. And we have seen the number of kids in foster care drop by 1,500 kids, which is the direction we should be going, because we are higher than the national average on how many kids per 1,000 Kansas is bringing into care. So my argument is always, if we are saving money on the out of home, we must reinvest those dollars on the prevention side, because the more that we invest in prevention, the less we will ever have to spend in out of home foster care, which is the most expensive and most detrimental.
Thank you. Yes, quick question, Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Linda, I always appreciate the passion that you bring to us and the talking about prevention. But you mentioned that children that need those mental health services, that, you know, wherever they relocate to, that they might have the teleconference availability. Are you also implementing education? Senator or Representative Susan Humphreys and I were recently at a Habitat for Humanities event, and we met and visited with our superintendent for USD 259 schools, and he talked a little bit about children in foster care. So how's the education piece play into it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The education piece, there is still a lot of work to be done specifically for kids in foster care who are moving frequently to make sure that they are able to attend school regularly. That is a barrier that we have not been able to solve consistently for children. If they are moving frequently, they are typically not attending school regularly.
Thank you very much. Much. And now we'll go to Matt Stevens, Vice President Foster Care Homes, St. Francis Ministries. Matt, thank you for being here.
I have a PowerPoint already. Senator Gossage, Chair Kincannon, Ranking Member Faustido, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk today. I have a PowerPoint that will be coming up shortly. I've provided a lot of the same data and testimony that my colleagues have as well in the written testimony. I'm not going to speak a whole lot about that because I really wanted to focus my time and efforts on this work here. So if you'll bear with me a little bit, some of these things have been requested over different times, so I'm bringing it back. Some of these things have been asked and showing it again. And so on the next slide, it will show again who St. Francis is. And so you'll see our case management grantee, that's kind of in the little darker blue there. You know, we're covering about, roughly 2/3 of the state. And so if you look at that, one of the things that I've heard often is we get a lot of complaints about St. Francis Ministries. And so if on the next slide, Senator Gossage talked last time. She wanted everybody to bring the number of kids that we currently have in CARES, and she was making notes. And I wanted her to save that effort this time, so I wanted to provide it to her so that she would have it. And you'll see that we're really providing care for 46% of the kids in care. And so proportionally, that's about the number of complaints that we should hear or see, as well as if you are in one of those districts that are fully supported by St. Francis or one of the other providers, those are really the constituent concerns that you'll hear is from that group. And so, again, wanted to share that a little bit, as well as remind this group, you know, St. Francis Ministries, as well as the other providers, we do all have our own customer care and complaint lines of different sorts. And so when we hear complaints, obviously we follow up. I've followed up with, obviously, members of this committee on multiple different cases from time to time and continue to have conversations as they come up. In fact, I was just talking to one of your colleagues earlier today. And so one of the things, placement stability has been one of the things we've talked a lot about today. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. And so from a system perspective, my thought was always, man, we don't have enough foster care homes. And that's one of the things that we often talk about. How do we get more and more foster care homes? How do we increase our placement capacity and capabilities? And I found some data online, and it really shows the number of foster care homes per 100,000. And so from a national perspective, we have almost 21,000 foster care homes that are licensed. And so that really boils down to about 63 per 100,000 in a population perspective. And Kansas has 2,436 licensed foster care homes. We are above the national average as it applies to the number of foster care homes that we have available to us. And so, again, if we were average, we'd expect to have 63, but we actually have 83. So we have significantly more than you would expect. And so we'll go to the next one. So these are really, from my perspective, those key takeaways. Kansas has significantly more foster care homes than expected based on our population. Compared to the national average, we have 606 more homes per capita. And so, again, we have 2,436 homes. If we were average, or if we were part of the national average, we would have 1,830. And so, again, we have significantly more homes than you would expect. We have an additional 28%, so we're higher. And we rank 14. So if you took the national averages or the per capita and just rank ordered them, we would be the 14th on the list. So we are doing really good from a number of foster care home perspectives in the state. We have much more than you would expect. I should also at least clarify, these numbers were at end of calendar year of 2022. And for the educators on the committee, I also have cited my sources later in the PowerPoint. So you could also go back and duplicate this work or check my math if you so chose. So if it's not a bigger issue from a foster care homes perspective, then my question always is then why are we struggling? Why do we have placement instability? What is it about our system that is unique? So I did that exact same exercise, only this time I used the number of kids in care. Again, the U.S., we have slightly over 381,000 kids in care, which, you take that, get the per capita. So we have about 115 kids per 100,000 in population in the United States. That's just who we are. In the state of Kansas, again, end of calendar year 2022, we had 6,261 or 213 per 100,000. And so for me, that's shocking. I hope it's shocking for you. That's the biggest driver of going to be placement instability. Really all of the issues that we've talked about at different times really is about we are not right-sized as a state. And I think one of my colleagues just said we've decreased about 1,500 kids, and I think that's fantastic. The reality is that's not anchored to a number that we should be shooting for. We talk about safely reducing the number or the need for foster care, and I think that is a perfect thing to be focused on, but we don't know where we haven't set a goal as to where we're headed, where we should be headed. And again, if we get down to that 115 per 100,000, it just gets us to average. My hope is, again, as a lifelong Kansan, that we're better than average. And so I would hope that we could find a way to get under that number. And so the key takeaways from that work is on the next slide. And it will say that we use out-of-home placement significantly more than the national average. Compared to the national average, we have 2,882 kids more than you would expect for a state of our population. That equates to about 60% more children than we should have. And again, going through the rank order, we would be number 7 on the list. And so I really wanted to go through all of that with you so that you could see, again, from a data perspective, where's our system compared to where it should be compared to the national average. And again, I would challenge us as Kansans to think that we're better than the national average. So how do we get further and further away from that, knowing that, as my colleague said, that foster care is the most intense intervention that child welfare has to offer. It's the most expensive intervention that child welfare has to offer, and it has long-term, lifelong impacts on the children that it impacts, the children and families that it impacts. And so, again, I provided the written testimony similar to what I've done before. I didn't really want to get into as much of that because I thought this was really the important piece for me today. And so with that, I will stand for questions.
Committee, do we have any quick questions for Matt? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks for those statistics. Super interesting. I would like to see if you have this statistic. I don't think you did it, but someone else has mentioned today the number of children that enter foster care per month in Kansas. I would like to know how that compares to the national average, because I submit a hypothesis that we have children longer in foster care than other states, and therefore we have more children in foster care. It's not that more are entering per month necessarily, it's that we keep them there longer. And so how does that number compare to other states? Where do we fit there? Because
Sure. And so to answer that question, and I can play with your hypothesis a little bit if you'll allow me.
Yes.
We obviously know, I don't know off the top of my head, how many kids are coming into care on a month-to-month basis. We could do that work from we could dig into the data and really determine to try to figure out, are we bringing more kids in on an ongoing basis and they're languishing in our system longer? So we can definitely do that work. So for me, again, I think it's a twofold part. Are we bringing in the right number of children? And I think Senator Baumgartner mentioned it, up to 50% in this county alone come in before or without DCF recommendation. And so we're talking about a lot of the entry into care. We could produce some barriers to safely keep children out of foster care. We also should evaluate the kids that are in our care, custody, and control. And so how do we find a way to start closing or slowly stopping kids from coming into care? At the same time, how do we allow them to exit quicker? So if a child comes into care because of a safety issue, and so that really is what foster care is originally designed for. But it's not just a safety issue. From my vantage point, it's a safety issue that's caused by their parent or caregiver's action or inaction. And so if a child is potentially at risk of harm for something and their parents are competent, those children should not enter our care. We have to evaluate what systems should be in place to help safely protect those children. Because the other reality is a lot of kids come into care because they believe that we have access to better rehabilitative care for those children. The fact of the matter remains, we are here as a system to rehabilitate families, to mitigate the safety concerns that brought them into care. So we don't have different access to these services. Our goal, again, is how do we mitigate those safety concerns and get those children back home as soon as possible. So, Representative, I appreciate the question, and I do think that we can evaluate that, and I think it's a both-and solution. How do we both start closing that door and getting kids to permanency quicker?
Yep. So just to kind of go back to the pure statistics, which is what a lot of your presentation was. Yep. Can you get us that statistic on how Kansas ranks with other states per capita children entering foster care on a monthly basis?
So
because you did a lot of great statistics.
So the data set that I got that information from did not have that information. I can look behind me and talk to my colleague Tanya Keys and see if there's a way that the deputy director and us can take a look at that.
I see Secretary Howard nodding
Okay,
her
she's
head.
shouting.
that-
Okay,
that maybe
so
there'd
we
be
can
something
do
available.
that work
I
and
think
provide
that
that
would be
information.
helpful
And
in
we're-
looking at these statistics. Yeah.
Yes, and we were
Thank you.
pushing up against time. So thank you, Matt. And committee, we're going to go ahead and have Steve come up. And then if you have any questions for Steve, I'm going to ask that you ask them outside of committee so that we could move on. Steve, thank you for being here.
Sure. Thank you very much for having me. Chair Gossage and Vice Chair, always forget your name, Concanon, and Senator Baumgardner, rest of the committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Ranking Member Fauskido.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
No, that's okay. I just thought maybe you didn't see her.
I apologize.
No,
You know, I
that's
don't
fine.
usually do this part of
That's
it.
all right. Go
So-
right ahead.
And I'm not Rochelle, and you're not the only ones who's sorry about that. But I do have, Rochelle's one of her key staff people, one of the vice presidents for our permanency contract, and she's here waiting to tell on me. Tabitha, could you stand up? This is Tabitha Gibson. She's from Pittsburgh and came up to help me be saved. But I did want to reflect a little bit, first of all, on our responsibilities as a case management provider. We have two areas, Area 4 and Area 8. 8 is just below Sedgwick County. We have 9 counties there, and we have 16 counties in the southeast quadrant, including Miami County. We've had this contract since October 1. It has one more year to go, October 1, 2019. It's up this coming June. As you all know, the RFPs have been issued, the proposals are in, and now we're waiting for conversations. I think the notifications will come. I'm sure the Secretary will comment on that sometime January, maybe December, but we'll all be eager to hear the results, and so will you. In any case, I wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the general issues. We'll get into the specifics in a minute, but I just wanted to comment on the overall kind of systemic issues that we need to deal with, I think, that we think. Here in Kansas. One is already been commented upon, and that is the number of kids coming into the system and from what sources. I was surprised to hear in earlier testimony 2 months ago that we have about 35 to 40% of the kids who come into out-of-home care do not come through the DCF process. Now, the DCF process was set up and every state sets up a process to make sure that kids in their homes are protected. And I think we know to some extent that that's one of the most dangerous places a child can be. We have to be mindful that it's up to the community, the state, to be aware of families that need help and who are getting into a position in which the difficulties they're experiencing culminate in difficulties and tragedies in that family, whether it's neglect, a little more insidious probably in its final outcome, but certainly abuse are things we will not put up with as a state, as public policy. And so we make the decision to remove the child from the home, thus creating other problems. And that's what we've been talking about, is the problems we create by trying our best to protect children from their own families, their own parents. So it's a difficult position to be in. I think we'd agree that to some extent we don't want tragedies to occur with children who are left in their homes when they shouldn't have been left in their homes. But that is a systems issue. I think we need to keep kids in their home as much as possible. The testimony you've heard from my colleagues for the other case management providers, right on target. It's not rocket science. The more you give families what they need, the kinds of things that they're not able to do that get them into trouble with how they manage discipline, how they deal with stressors in the family, whether it be economic, whether it be community-based, whether it be substance abuse, whether it be mental health problems, legal problems. These tensions create a scenario where the families don't have the energy, don't have maybe the know-how, maybe the patience, the time to provide the right kind of parenting that their children need. So we need to be mindful of the decisions we're making when that happens and they're removed into out-of-home care. That's one major systemic issue I want to talk about. But another is a little more, I guess, in some sense personal. I've been doing this work for quite a while now in Kansas, 28 years in community mental health and 23 now in child welfare. So the issue has to do with trying to coordinate the kind of care that's available in a community. It should be available for every family. And when the resources aren't sufficient to take care of the need for us as a case management provider, then we need to deal with it, provide those services ourselves. And we need, or develop the kind of relationships with these other agencies, such as community mental health centers, who we'll count on for helping that family. We want the families and the children to be able to get what they need when we're no longer in their lives. And so they need to be integrated within their community as well, and be able to receive the services that are available in their community. So we work at that and developing those relationships. The other kind of systemic issue for us, I think, is the development of foster homes. The Division for the Child Advocate did a review of the foster parent surveys that we've done from time to time at our agencies. We've learned a lot in terms of what we need to be doing to improve our system, recruiting, training, supporting, providing respite for foster parents. And it's something that we're turning our attention to do a better job of doing that. One of the things we're considering would be sporadic checks with the current foster homes to see how things, just a checkup from somebody else, perhaps our ombudsman department, to review how things are going, what might be happening this week, kind of a point in time where we'll kind of be alerted to maybe the kinds of issues that might surface as later problems. Another challenge for us, and I think it's another systemic concern, is the issue of children with complex needs. Those children who come in who show behaviors that are very difficult to manage, that are threatening, that are assaultive, potentially assaultive. We give an example. I won't go into the detail of it. You have it in the written testimony. It was a very unfortunate circumstance with a young woman at the age of 16, had been in out-of-home care since she was 14. Her behavior has always been a challenge to manage. One of the results of that was a significant event among staff that resulted in one of our staff hospitalized and broken nose, and there was just a series of interactions that led to a very dramatic, traumatic event for our staff. So I want to turn my attention to staff. How do we do this work? We talk about, and what we do, we talk about. We don't talk so much about why we do it. And I want to tell you why I think our staff, and I think the staff of our colleagues, do it. You know, they come to us wanting a career. We hope that they generate a sense that they've chosen the right career and they stay with us. We hope that we can give them what they need in order to participate in this system. One of the things that just happened last session was the CAN Coach program, developing a training for supervisors. It's a way to make sure that staff, when they get supervision, are seen as you know, the vehicle we have for making important changes in these families' lives. And we want to be sensitive to what it means to them to go through this process. And we want supervisors to be able to provide that support, that direction for them, because they become what we need in order to make this work done. Most of my experience has been in supervisory capacities. And that's been the most enriching experience for me as a professional, to be able to stimulate an interest so that we can grow the workforce and encourage others to come into it, because without the staff, we can't do this work. It just can't get done. And so we need to be we talk about the workforce problem. It's my sense it's getting better. That's good. But we need to do more to integrate a concept that helping families in your community is part of your responsibility. And one way to do that is through this profession. And this profession is a respected profession. And so we need to do more thinking about how we want to do that. And I know every provider here works very hard at doing that. And so that once you have staff, you want to keep staff, and you want to grow staff, and you want them to become supervisors, and you want to be part of a system that recognizes the value of their contributions. And so I think it's important in supervision to acknowledge make mistakes. They forget how to do some stuff. They do things wrong. They're insensitive. They sound unhappy about having to do their job. They've got a heavy load. I don't want to make excuses for inappropriate staff activity or the lack of knowledge on how to do your job. That's what you get paid for. But I want to stress the need for that kind of environment. And I think the Can Coach program will be part of the solution. So staffing is a big issue for us. Foster care development is a big issue for us. We also responded as a change. It's kind of interesting. My first career was as a director for a mental health center, and to think that we fall short in doing mental health assessments is not very palatable. It's a problem we've got to correct. We need to do better at screening, more thorough screenings of mental health care. We're going to be shifting some mental health clinicians in another program for a temporary basis while we consider the value of enhancing that mental health piece. We can't rely on the mental health centers like we'd like to. We had hoped to establish a linkage between those two systems, and this 25 years ago. It didn't pan out as well as I'd hoped.
Dr. Solomon,
Yes.
thank you so much for being here. We're running over time.
Yeah.
And if there are any questions from the committee, they will definitely reach out to you. And I would have to say, you filled in very well.
Oh, well,
for Rachel.
thanks. But if there's questions that, get into the detail, you've all met Tabitha. So.
I understand. Thank you so much. Secretary Howard, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the chance to be with you today. Sorry I wasn't able to be here this morning, but I did hear some of the conversation this afternoon, and I think some very rich, in-depth conversation as we really think about where are we as a child welfare system, where have we made progress, where do we still need to go, what are those actions and strategies. So I really appreciate even some of the dialogue I've heard thus far. What I want to accomplish today, and I'll try to be very efficient with it, is I always like to just do a couple of basic slides about the numbers. I wanted to give you an update on the current RFPs, and then I wanted to talk to you about really two really pieces of data that really help us to understand where our system is. So since we met last time, we have received the results of the Federal Child and Family Service Review, round 4. Kansas was kind of the guinea pig state, I think, in the sense that I think we're the first state for the round 4 review, and I'll tell you what that's about. Talk about year 2 of the McIntyre class action settlement, kind of the, frankly, the good, the bad, and the ugly. There might be a little more bad and ugly than there is good to share with you today. And then I think maybe the most critical piece is kind of that moving forward. What are those actions and strategies? Some already in place where we're seeing value, because remember, for example, the settlement, that's from calendar year 2022. There's already some things we've been talking to you about that are making a difference in some indicators. So what's already in place, what's kind of in progress, and what might be some of those next action steps that are really critical, I think, to have more urgency and to make more progress more quickly. So again, very quickly by the numbers, on page 4, the number of kids in care. Again, at the end of fiscal year 2023, we had 6,124 youth in foster care. That number has declined since then. We're now at 6,054, so a little less than what this chart would show. So again, about a 20% reduction. You've already had some dialogue today about the fact that we all believe that number is still too high. And that's a combination of factors. You'll see some of that in the CFSR results around the length of time and permanency. We've been talking to you about that for a while in terms of kids staying in care too long, particularly in our largest counties. And some of that's about really having what I think is too wide of a front door. We've talked with you about that before as well. Some of the work from the Center for Placement Stability, some of the nature of our code, some of the investments. So, and we'll get into some of those details. But again, just the numbers, continuing to see a decline in care, continues to decline during this fiscal year. The next page, this doesn't get to the rates of care that Representative Humphreys was talking about, but you certainly can see the reductions that have happened in the children entering care each year. Again, about a 28% reduction since 2019. So to Representative Humphreys' point, that's gone down faster than the overall number of youth in care, which again gets to the issue of length of time in care. So again, seeing that, and below 3,000, that's the lowest. The 2,960 is the lowest number of youth who've entered care in at least 18 years in Kansas last fiscal year. So again, those numbers, and then the last page of numbers just related to entering and exiting care. You can just kind of see those numbers side by side in terms of those kids entering and exiting care over the years. A quick update on the current RFPs. As you know, I can't say very much while we're in the process of bids, but I did just want to give you a quick update. We did receive I guess permission maybe is the word from the procurement folks at the Department of Administration to share with you the entities that bid. So first on the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System, you can see that we received bids from 11 vendors. I've listed those on page 8. So quite a number of bids. Those are very robust submissions. And I will just remind you that we did encourage bidders to propose approaches and implementation timelines that would allow the state to benefit as quickly as possible from modernization. I know we've had those conversations before as a committee. So again, that's very early in the process. Those are extensive, lengthy proposals to review. So just a quick update on the CWIS project. And then the next pages, starting on page 10, update on the foster care case management provider proposals. You can see the timeline on page 10. We have that yellow dotted line in terms of the space we're in right now. Proposals were due at the end of June. We're in that review period now. With a goal of awarding those new contracts in December. So there's a 6-month period before new grants would begin. You can see at the bottom of the page that we received bids from our current case management providers, and then in addition, we had one other entity submit a bid. That was Ember Hope Youthville as well. On page 11, this is a repeat slide, so I won't spend a lot of time on it again today. I just wanted to remind you again of some of the changes in this RFP. I think one of the important changes that I think relates a lot to our conversation today is allowing bidders to describe what those additional supports are they need to do the case management work, to augment that, to meet outcomes and settlement requirements. Is that mental health coordination liaison? Is that a functional family treatment team? What is that beyond the normal case carrying staff that you would see? And you've heard a little bit of that, I think, in some of the conversation from our case management providers today and some in terms of some of those supports. So we've shared this slide before, so I won't spend more time on it because I really want to focus on what we know and understand about performance. So starting on page 12, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the Federal Child and Family Service Review. And before I get into too much detail, just a context there. This is a federal review that's done of every state's child welfare system.
happens every 4 to 6 years. So this has been going on for about a quarter century. Ironically, when these first began, were not very long after Kansas began to have a privatized child welfare system, and many of the outcomes within the federal CFSR around safety, permanence, and well-being were actually taken from what Kansas included in its initial performance-based contract. So just a little history there around the CFSRs, because there really wasn't the same kind of federal outcomes review, prior to that period. So, but again, the goal really, and this is done through the Federal Children's Bureau in Health and Human Services, is to ensure that states are conforming with federal child welfare requirements, to determine what's happening to kids and families in a child welfare system, and to really help states strengthen their capacity, particularly in achieving outcomes around safety, permanence, and well-being, which is what we always talk about in the context of child welfare. A little bit more specificity on page 13. Again, it's a federal review. It looks at 7 outcomes, and I'll show you what those are in just a minute. And it looks at a number of systemic factors. It has a lot of different components. I already talked about that, they kind of do a few states a year, and so it kind of rolls around every 4 to 6 years. It starts with a statewide assessment. Then the federal agency puts together a data profile, some aggregate data performance. Then there's some on-site case review work, and then there's a number of interviews that happen during that case review, and a whole series of focus groups with stakeholders. And that all ends with kind of a final report and then a requirement for the state to work on a performance improvement plan. So on page 14, again, a little bit more on that. The stakeholder engagement is very extensive. I think it's important to call that out. And obviously not just the state agency, our partners, people with lived experience, folks from the judicial side of the equation, CASAs, GILs, tribal representatives, parents, advocates, service providers. So, and we did some of that stakeholder engagement to develop our statewide assessment, which we had to submit last February, which is really kind of our analysis about where we are on the outcomes and systemic factors. And as I said, the Children's Bureau provides a data profile. Then our federal partners came on site in April and spent a week in Kansas doing case reviews. Now, it's a pretty small number of cases, 65 cases in 3 jurisdictions, both foster care and in-home cases. Those site reviews were in Brown, Crawford, and Sedgwick counties. And those site reviews also included, dozens and dozens of partners. We had judges sitting at the table reading those cases along with, parents or guardian ad litems or case management providers. So, and so then out of all of that then comes the final report that, that we received on August 2nd, just a couple weeks ago, where our federal partners came back, had a meeting with a whole group of stakeholders, and then we would now be starting that program improvement plan process, which is also a very collaborative process. I mean, this has to involve DCF, it has to involve our partners, it has to involve our judicial partners, and it has to involve kind of all those other players and partners that you talk about in the system. So again, I think I've covered kind of page 15 in terms of kind of the case review pieces. If we go to page 16 and 17, you'll see a little bit more around the outcomes. So outcomes are really focused in, again, safety, permanence, and well-being. And in this federal review, they look at whether or not we're meeting outcomes in a couple of ways. Those statewide data indicators that you'll see, and then also through the individual case reviews. So they look at the aggregate data, and then they look at in those 65 cases, and it's all pretty complex and complicated, the questions that are answered in those case reviews, did we meet those, to determine whether we were in substantial compliance with an outcome. Page 17 is just a quick reference of what those outcomes are. I'll go into a little bit more detail about where we landed in terms of safety, permanence, and well-being, a little bit more in the aggregate, but you'll see there's 2 safety outcomes, 2 permanency outcomes, and 3 well-being outcomes. And each of these actually has a lot of sub-indicators. Some of them have sub-indicators underneath them. So it's a pretty complex process. It takes a lot to be in substantial compliance. So let's talk about where we landed in terms of those safety, permanence, and well-being. On the safety side, on page 18, really proud that we continue to be a state that performs better than the national average on the 2 safety data indicators. That's about maltreatment and care. And that's about recurrence of maltreatment for children who've been the subject of a substantiated report of maltreatment. And again, not only do we perform better, but we did even better during this round. And the instances of maltreatment continue to decline. So again, that was very positive. However, we were not found in substantial compliance with the safety requirements because in the case review of the 65 cases, they did not find that we responded as timely as we should have in the cases that they looked at. So even though in the aggregate data we can say we've got something to be really proud about in terms of what happens in terms of safety in Kansas, we also still have work to do. So in terms of themes for safety, and these I didn't make these up. These came directly from our federal partners. This is what they have to say about Kansas when you see the strengths and areas needing improvement. In terms of safety, they were very complimentary of our timeframes for initiation and face-to-face contact. Very positive about family preservation workers managing safety in the home for those youth who haven't come into foster care. Creative and effective assessment tools. I mean, I won't read all of these to you. You can look at those. But again, they found some real strengths. And then in areas needing improvement, they found a lack of coordination of timely responses when we might have a courtesy request to initiate contact with children with regard to their safety. Not a regular report to our Protection Report Center. But these were some of those instances where they found that we were not timely. Also, some concerns about inadequate ongoing assessments at critical case junctures in foster homes, and then some needed safety measures not taking place. So again, there's a lot underneath each of these, but I just wanted to share with you kind of their overall impressions with regard to safety. So again, that's an area where you can say, gosh, that aggregate data on those 2 indicators looks good, but we still have work to do. Permanency data, I don't feel like I need to spend a lot of time on this because we talk to you about this all the time and you've been talking about it. But you can see, as we knew, you can see the charts on page 20. Kansas, kids stay in care much longer than the national average. That's true for permanency in 12 months, from the time of entry into care. That's true for kids who've been in care 12 to 23 months. That's true for kids who've been in care more than 24 months. We lag. We're pretty much at the national, we're very close to the national average in terms of reentry numbers. And then placement stability, the last chart on that page. Again, we talk to you about this all the time. We had made quite a bit of progress in placement stability. You see here it inching back up, and that also shows up in our settlement findings as well. So again, we'll talk to you about some of the issues and strategies around that. But again, no surprise here in terms of the permanency data. But there were some strengths that our federal partners saw that I think also show up in the, well, that do show up in the in the year 2 findings from the McIntyre settlement. One, the stability of the current placement. We know that more than 90% of our youth are in a stable placement. That's good news. Our federal partners also said that changes in placement settings were planned in order to achieve case goals. They weren't random, they weren't without reason. They really commended us on our use of relative placements and how well connections are maintained while youth are in care. Had some positive things to say with regard to the cases they reviewed and the assignment and engagement of the guardian ad litems. They saw strengths in the quality and the frequency of parent-child visitation, and also the focus of placing siblings together. So again, you'll see some common themes with what we see in our McIntyre settlement as well. But again, as we already know, with terms of permanency themes, we have a lot of work to do, not just me standing here as an agency, but throughout our system to say, how can we reduce the length of time in care? One of the opportunities our federal partners called out was, establishing concurrent goals more frequently, where you're working towards reintegration and adoption or another placement goal at the same time, as opposed to consecutively. And we know that there are some courts that don't like to do that, but again, that's kind of an opportunity that our partners called out. They also called out, delays in processing relinquishments of parental rights. Untimely goal changes from reunification to adoption, adoptions taking too long, and I know you've seen that data from us before. Courts extending reunification timelines to allow parents more time. Lack of efforts to engage resistant parents, and some issues around case planning, multiple caseworkers, case plans not developed with parents, and parents not notified of maybe other opportunities to be engaged, school opportunities, medical opportunities, things like that. Again, lots of things to work on in terms of the permanency timeliness, and we know that. Well-being, in terms of strengths in the well-being, they were comprehensive of the assessments that are done of child parents and foster parents' needs. They were complementary of the engagement of the child and youth themselves in case planning. Again, some more things on the visits. I would say that they found stronger performance on the in-home cases they reviewed than in the foster care cases, so kind of our family preservation providers. Timely well-child exams, kind of the Can Be Healthy exams for physical and dental. They found those exams were being done in a timely manner. Special medical needs were being assessed. They were complementary of the crisis mental health assessments that are available, kind of through our mobile response contract. And then with regard to mental and behavioral health treatment, as they looked at services youth were getting, they felt like those were individualized and effective. Now, we know there's more work to do on mental health as we talk about the settlement and just some of our own data, but clearly some strengths that could be built on there. In terms of opportunities on well-being, I hadn't really thought about this one, but one of the things that came out was issues with dental care, access limited by providers. We know that for kids as a whole. We know that for kids on Medicaid as a whole. Also some concerns about inefficient medication monitoring. And then the last one, I think really gets to some of the issues around our high needs youth and our older youth who need specialized behavioral health services or may need specialized IDD services and the ability to access those services. They did also have on page 25 some observations around equity, and I think you've had some of that conversation today already, but we continue to see disproportionality both in terms of entry into care as well as when we look at timeliness to permanency, placement stability, and reentry into care. We find particularly Black children and children of two or more races overrepresented in the percentage of reentries, we find Black children overrepresented in the number of placement moves and having the highest rate of moves. So again, some work to do on equity. Page 26, we've talked about kind of the case reads and the outcomes. The third component of the CFSR are these systemic factors. And they look at, our federal partners look at, some of the data we've already talked about. They look at what they've learned from a whole series of stakeholder interviews and focus groups they do to identify areas where they would say the state has passed that or been in compliance. They found 3 of those for us in Kansas. The statewide information system, which again, that's just on basic access. You all would say, how could you have the statewide information system be a strength in Kansas? Well, because it does have the data that it needs to have in it, right? So agency responsiveness to community and foster and adopted parent recruitment were strengths. So again, for those not met, most of it relates back to things we were just talking about. So that's kind of a quick kind of CFSR. The last piece about the CFSR is that the next steps in that are creating our performance improvement plan. And so we have 4 work groups of stakeholders, very diverse stakeholders. We have individuals with lived experience, courts, our prevention providers, permanency providers, CPAs, some partners from some of the universities that are working on developing that. In this round of the CFSR, I think we're allowed to target changes to specific jurisdictions, so we're trying to identify those. And again, we have to identify key strategies, activities, and measurable progress. So our PIP is due October 16th, so that work is ongoing. And again, it's very timely. When I first heard Kansas would be one of the first states, I thought, gosh, kind of a guinea pig. But on the other hand, to me, the CFSR is one of the best tools in getting everybody to the same table to work together to affect change. Like when we talk about the permanency, that's not something, we have a role in it as the state agency. Our partners have a role in it, but our judicial partners also have a role in that. And the CFSR, I think, really gives us a tool to do that. So again, that was quickly on the CFSR. I wanted to move on to the McIntyre settlement. So the McIntyre lawsuit, just as a reminder to folks, it was filed in November of 2018 under the Collier administration. After Governor Kelly came into office, we sat down and negotiated with the plaintiffs. We agreed to a settlement plan in July of 2020 that was approved by the federal court in January of 2021. And the settlement is structured around ensuring substantial progress and compliance in some key areas over a multi-year period. It has some accountability pieces, some reporting and implementation pieces, and we've met most of those things. Those were kind of more standard. Development Advisory Council do some different things, but then a series of practice improvements and outcomes. So the second status report was released on August 14th, and it covers calendar year 2022. So in many cases, so the outcomes in the report really weren't a surprise to us because we track and monitor the data, right? And some of that, we've talked with you about, and some of the strategies. But let me just say, we didn't show enough progress in year 2 of this settlement. There's no doubt about that. There are some things I'm proud of. You heard me say I'm really glad that 91% of youth are in stable placements. I'm glad that we saw increases in some elements. I'm glad that more kids are receiving timely mental health, but not enough. I think we went from, for example, we went from 65 to 70% on mental health. The standard, the settlement would have us reach is 90. So it's not enough. I think what this said to me is we really need new sense of urgency and focus. And so I want to talk to you about some of those pieces and strategies. But again, maybe just some headlines from it. Again, for 2 years in a row, we met the stable placement outcome. So 91% of the cases reviewed showed kids were in stable placements. It was 85% in the first report. So again, great progress. We again do very well in ensuring that, that our family foster homes and our non-relative kin and licensed homes followed their licensing capacity standards. So we're not just kind of shoving kids into homes above the licensing numbers. Did a very good job on that. You know, on mental health, as I just alluded to, we saw some improvement, but it wasn't nearly enough. We found, in the first year of the settlement, 65% of youth had their mental health needs met in the case review. That increased to 70%, but the standard's 90%. It hasn't increased enough. And then also on page 31, in terms of the receipt of screens on time and by credentialed and trained staff, we saw an increase from 34% to 43%. From my perspective, that is a measure that is within the control of our partners. That's not something where I can say, gosh, I don't know about the court, I don't know about somebody else out there. So, I mean, in terms of the expectations that I have and the urgency I have with our partners is we can make more progress, particularly on those things that we can control. So again, progress. I'm glad that some of those things didn't go in the wrong direction. And I'm proud of the progress, but it's not enough. If we're gonna get out of this settlement, if we're gonna make sure that kids' needs are met in that mental health world, that's not enough. The other challenge, and again, I'll get into some action steps after we go through these, has to do with the failure to place. In year one of the settlement, we felt we weren't where we needed to be, but we felt pretty good in year one because we had really reduced, the number of youth had reduced almost in half in year one down to 53 youth. That went back up in year two in terms of kids in offices. We also saw increases in night-to-night and short-term placements. I think some of the strategies we had already put in place a few months ago. The failure to place network where we put into place standby beds. Since we put those standby beds into place, we've seen a 50% reduction in calendar year 23 from where it was in 22. Still not where we need to be, but certainly that's a strategy that has had some effect. But as you heard from other presenters, that can then also have other implications. And I think we see that in the short-term and night-to-night moves. Perhaps the child isn't in the office, but did they move more often because of that? What we do know, and I'll get into this a little bit more in the action steps, but we do know if we have 91% of the youth in stable placements, we know that we have a cohort of youth. These are the youth we've been talking about, right? The older youth, kids with high behavioral health needs, maybe offending behaviors, the same youth we've talked to you about, presenters have talked to you about. You provided us some resources and funding to target some of those. But there's a group of youth that we need to meet their needs better. They're moving too much. They're not in stable placements. They're not getting their needs met. I do think that your recent investment, and thank you, of $6 million from the last legislative session that will help us to really augment and make robust the ability to have therapeutic foster homes will increase the stability of placements and improve mental health outcomes. And again, there's a few more things I want to talk about in terms of strategies in just a minute. I also wanted to mention that our data neutral, the Center for the Study of Social Policy, in terms of challenges, continues to have concerns about data access and validation. Too many systems within DCF and individual systems within our contractors. So again, very pleased that we have the RFP for CWIS out there. That's going to be so critical to have everything in the same place. So let me dig in to moving forward. And I want to talk about a few things in the context of moving forward. The first, I kind of alluded to this. I mean, I think really has to do with some accountability pieces related to our case management provider partners. Then I want to talk about some strengths I think we can continue to build on and leverage, strategies to address current deficiencies, and what else we need going forward to make more progress. So as we talk about accountability, I'm having, actually this week, it turns out, in-person meetings with each of our CMPs. We always do quarterly performance meetings that our program directors have with our case management providers. But I feel it's really important to impress the urgency upon them of making progress, particularly in those areas where there's control within their organization to be able to do that. So we're going to do that this week. We're going to ask for some, I think as you all know, they all have performance improvement plans already on things where they're not meeting goals. But, we want them to step back and take a fresh look. We're not making enough progress in some of these areas. So we need new ideas. We need new focus. We need new urgency. And I might, just because I happened to be driving over when Rachel from Cornerstones was talking, and I might just say, I don't usually speak about an individual case management provider, but when we looked at the performance from the settlement for year 2, Cornerstones of Care by far stood out as having the best performance. They met performance requirements in 6 areas in terms of the goals that the settlement set for this year: for stable current placements, for not having delays in authorizing mental health screens, for assuring placements that are for one night were to meet the goals of the child, and for having those timely initial mental health screens by a qualified professional. And as they told you, after being the entity that had some of the most failure to place incidents the year before, they've had no failure to place incidents since January. So, and I think you got a sense in that testimony of what it takes to move the needle, because it takes focus, it takes new strategies, it takes looking at the data, and it takes making the adjustments that one needs to make as an organization. So again, I just kind of wanted to commend them because they stood out by quite a bit from our other partners in terms of the number of performance requirements that they met. So again, and I think it was a good example of, how you adjust your strategies to make sure that you're focused on meeting those goals. So again, really some real emphasis and expecting some really new plans that reflect that kind of urgency to really move the needle, particularly on those things that a case management provider has some control over. Well, I think we're also going to, I want to also put some additional transparency around that. We're going to create some space where that's really more visible to everyone in terms of what performance looks like. And I think that's only a good thing. Moving forward as well, moving on from the CMP accountability, I had a few more things on those pages, but in the interest of time, starting on page 37, again, in terms of the strengths we can build on, I think continuing to build on our strength in preventing the need for foster care. We know Family First has been incredibly successful. We know that program expanded July 1 to, for example, have MST in every county, to have more substance use supports. I think we can also continue to build on our success in placing children with relatives and kin, important part of stability. And again, you can see kind of the other strengths there. But what do we need? Where are our gaps? So if we look at strategies to address current deficiencies, we need more in-home behavioral supports for parents and placement providers. Not only is that going to impact meeting the child's mental health needs and the family's needs, that's going to have an impact on stability and short-term moves. A lot of things in process on these. One, and I would credit Deputy Secretary Key. She has been like a dog with a bone on this. We know that behavior intervention, and you've heard presentations on that in prior interims, is a very, very effective intervention. We currently have something pending with the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to add that as a Medicaid service in Kansas. I think we would be the first state to have that as a Medicaid service. So having children's behavior interventionists. Also, you funded for this fiscal year $2 million for evidence-based practices for functional family therapy. We are contracting with the 3 agencies who do that work for the Department of Corrections. And again, very, very effective in terms of the needs of particularly those older youth as we think about impacting placement stability. We also know that we need more timely permanency in the first 24 months of foster care. Again, I think through your leadership in passing House Bill 2021 and opening some doors for some referrals for certain SINC youth who qualify through assessments related to certain offending behaviors. Again, I think that gives us the opportunity to refer to evidence-based programs helping to reduce the length of time in care. You'll hear more about the sole permanency option that would create a new legal option for older youth age 16 and older. I think maybe in your next meeting. I know they're going to try, Senator Gossage, to get on the agenda next time. And then also, as I alluded to with the CFSR, part of the CFSR itself and that PIP will be very focused strategies on the length of time children are in care. That's a significant piece of the CFSR. And also, obviously, will be an opportunity, but this is further down the road as we think about the judicial summit that will happen next April that I know a couple of you are on the planning committee for. In terms of reducing, another area is we need to reduce the number of moves for youth 13 and plus. So again, what are those kind of current strategies? Again, improving access to behavioral and mental health supports. We know that by the end of this fiscal year, every community mental health center in the state will be a CCBHC and will have a broader array of services and requirements around timeliness. I mentioned again the behavior interventionists, the therapeutic foster homes. We also need to amplify supports around relative homes. I mentioned earlier, we've asked our, well, actually, I didn't mention this one. We've asked, so as part of the Therapeutic Foster Home Initiative, a part of that funding will be used to allow our child placement agencies and residential programs to submit capacity building proposals that make sense in their part of the state. And then we also have added outcomes to some of our residential provider agreements. I think this was also, I think, just a realization that our residential providers maybe didn't have as much stake in the outcomes, and really helping to ensure that there are outcomes around reintegration, family engagement, and placement in a family-like setting. And then in terms of ending the failure to place, building on that standby prevention network with added homes and additional supports for relatives. So, I say all that just to say there are a lot of things going on that are positive, that show positive impact, that we can show positive data in terms of the impact, but there's more to do moving forward. So in terms of new strategies, on page 42, what do we need? And again, as we think about, where we sit, and we have a cohort of youth, we have a cohort of older youth that have pretty high needs, and we've got issues about what the front door of the system looks like. I think are two really important areas. So in terms of some of those new strategies, one, develop new in-home supports for parents to prevent youth age 13 from entering foster care for a mental health service. And this was alluded to earlier. We have too many youth in Kansas entering care for reasons other than safety. Second, really already in process, is funding that you provided $1 million for a project to prevent IDD youth from entering foster care. We have too many IDD youth who enter foster care because they're on the waiting list for the IDD waiver. I mean, it's just a fact. So we're going to be collaborating with Families Together and some other partners to help to provide some of the supports and assistance those families need to support their youth at home. Another project that we're putting some work into is, and again, this has to do, again, a bit with the front door option and thinking about those youth with high needs, but maybe not a safety need. Some states have therapeutic family foster homes that are used pre-entry to care. They call them prevention therapeutic family foster homes. So there are some state models that have been very successful in meeting the needs of high needs youth who may need to be away from their family for a little bit. And so again, so there are some models that we can look at in terms of strategies. On page 43, I wanted to spend just a few minutes, and I didn't put this up front because I don't want to say, gosh, the answer is the statutes, because I think we need to take accountability for what we can change and move in the system and acknowledge where we've fallen short and what more we need to do. But I think there's no question as we look at some of the data around youth coming into care and as we compare Kansas statutes to other statutes, and as we look at some of the results of the work that we did through the Placement Stability Group and the Center for Capacity Building, there's no question that the door in Kansas to enter foster care is more wide open. You've talked about some of those pieces today, and you've talked about those maybe jurisdictional issues where kids in some jurisdictions come in through police protective custody without any chance to intervene or divert youth. But we also know that just our statutory construction that allows truancy to be a reason youth may come into care. The category we have in our statute of family in need of assessment, family in need of assistance, what used to be non-abuse neglect, that's not in place in many states. You've heard about kind of the Iowa model, the 4 questions, the way that Iowa changed their law to acknowledge the harm that foster care itself can be, to require the assessment of certain things before a child would enter into care. So just different possibilities through models that other states have used, requiring in-home supports for older youth prior to removal, consider the balance of harm when removing a child, and stronger language to distinguish poverty from neglect. And the last bullet kind of refers to that same piece. Our statute today talks about failure to provide care. It doesn't talk about like refusal of a parent to provide care. So again, failure to provide care might be because of a lack of resource or those sorts of things. So again, I would certainly urge this committee to look at whether or not there are some things to look at in terms of just our statutory construction that might build on some models we know that have been effective in other states in ensuring that the foster care system is really focused on those youth who need to enter care for a safety reason, and where those supports at home aren't sufficient to assure safety. Again, so a few more ideas in terms of page 44, building a respite standby network. Again, this has to do with if we're going to have a robust therapeutic family foster home network, and if we're going to have relatives stepping up to support some of those youth with the highest needs, we need to make sure there's enough supports for them. When we started therapeutic foster homes about a year ago, we really didn't build the structure and supports around that we needed. We created a new payment structure. We said, here's a new payment level, but with your investment, we're able to make that more robust. I think another area of investment that can be important in moving the needle on reducing the length of time in care is some more targeted focus related to substance use. We've been partnering with an initiative that the Chief Justice has initiated where they're very interested in implementing family treatment courts. And if you know much about treatment courts, I mean, as opposed to like a family where there's a substance use issue with a parent and then saying, do this list of things and come back in 9 months, and then, oh, you didn't do it, come back in 3 months. I mean, these are like, you know, weekly, biweekly, monthly meetings, intensive case management, around that. So again, you'll see a budget request for an enhancement, actually in the KDAD's budget related to this. The judicial branch is looking to roll this out beginning in September 24. I think they're initially looking at Cowley, Lyon, and Miami County as the 3 jurisdictions to begin that. Again, another initiative just around reducing the length of care. Again, you heard me talk about judicial engagement. I think I'm excited about the Judicial Summit, but I also don't want to wait for the Judicial Summit next April to continue to make progress. But I do think that having folks around the table and having projects and focus in each judicial district will be helpful. I think lastly, I mean, just in terms of other systems, I think there's additional work that we can do with both the MCOs and the community mental health centers in terms of the roles they play with regard to foster care. You know, we included some performance measures in the community mental health center contracts in KDADs a couple years ago specific to foster care and timeliness. We didn't necessarily include any incentives or penalties for reaching those. So we have some data that shows that we have work to do there. And so I'd like to take some next steps there as well in terms of expectations on those system partners. So I'll stop there, Senator. I'm sorry if I took up too much time. There was kind of a lot to cover today.
Well, we got you in about 5 to 7 minutes late, so you did just fine. Committee, we have a moment for a couple of quick questions for the Secretary. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Secretary Howard. On slide page 38, you've got the Children's Behavior Interventionist Plan as a Medicaid code. Is that correct?
It would be a service within the state plan.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Are there things that the legislature could do to help more clinicians going into specializing in that? It's a specialty.
Yeah. There may be. Let me talk to some folks about that, Representative, and maybe get back with you to what that might look like.
I would imagine we don't have a lot of clinicians that can do that kind of work.
Yeah. Yeah, like several areas, right, where we just, how we grow that specialized workforce. Yeah, I'll talk to some folks about that. I know that when we looked at developing the service and the rate and those things, certainly folks were looking at, you know, what those qualifications were and what might be needed for that. So I might just get back with you on that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. I recall that we appropriated $6 million to establish the therapeutic foster homes. What's the timeline look like for that?
Yeah, so there's a few components for that $6 million. So we're in process on all of that. I mean, so we already have therapeutic foster homes as part of our continuum. So with the $6 million, a portion of that will go towards training and kind of purchase of some curriculums related to some of the specialized training. Some of that will go towards $3 million will go towards, we're going to be putting out an RFP in the next few weeks to allow folks to propose some specific supports. And then there'll be some pieces that go around kind of support and respite. Did I get that right? Deputy Secretary Keys, who's been kind of bird dogging this whole initiative to get this going. So this fall, yeah. I mean, definitely trying to move that forward quickly.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a specific question about on page 42, you mentioned the preventative therapeutic family foster homes that maybe it was Missouri.
Yes.
That's before? I'm kind of trying to understand what that means. Before they come into state care, I mean, they're not adjudicated as a child in need of care yet. I mean, what does that look like?
Yes, and
They're
if you
taken
don't
out of the
mind, I
home,
might
but-
ask Deputy Secretary Keys to talk about it because she has experience with this from her time in Missouri. If we could just take 1 second for that. Is that all right, Madam Chair?
Hi, Tanya Keys, Deputy Secretary, Department for Children and Families. Sure, there are program models out there that use what might be similar. For example, we have Safe Families in Kansas, who uses a host family model. So that same concept of there are families out there who might have interest or special skills that are interested in supporting families' prevention. There's a way to reimburse those families. Those families go through training, and families would consent in a way so that their children could stay with the families who have been trained and support them. They also do parent modeling behaviors. Parents can learn from those therapeutic family foster homes. I think you heard Jeanette Owens from DECA talk about also they have homes that do respite for children, families whose children might be living with IDD. So there are models out there. We would want to make sure that we designed a model that's right for Kansas, but there are some ideas out there that we could try.
So I'm quite familiar with Safe Families, but so in this case, they wouldn't be licensed foster homes necessarily. Like they would be more like Safe Families, a temporary basis. And I mean, of course, they'd go through all the background checks and everything, but not through the MAPS class?
Yes, they could. I mean, I think that's what we need to think about, how we would want to design it for Kansas. Yes, they could be licensed. In Missouri, they are licensed. They're licensed in a way that they have a standard of service delivery. But in some states, for example, Missouri, in order to receive that service, you don't have to be in the custody of the state for a family to benefit from that type of a support. But the standards and the training and the certification or pieces around that family providing the service could be the same.
Okay, thanks. I like, I mean, if there's organizations that are doing it without state involvement necessarily, I think that that's really good. So I do have to learn more about that. Thank you.
Committee, we are out of time. Secretary Howard, thank you for being here. We have one last question from Senator Holscher.
Chair, thank you, Secretary Howard. I appreciate the fact that you brought up respite care, and with the large number of at-home placement, I do hear from caregivers indicating that they are often facing extreme burnout because they are, on the job, so to speak, 24/7. Can you tell me if you feel there are certain parts of the state facing more critical situation in this regard, and essentially how can the legislature help?
I don't know whether there are certain parts of the state that are facing it more critical in terms of those respite needs. I tend to hear that fairly universally. In terms of legislator involvement, you may see some things showing up within our budget in terms of some enhancement requests there. I don't know if there's anything statutorily that we need right now. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Howard. Thank you, Senator. And Senator Baumgardner, do you have an announcement for us?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been some conversation about the Child Welfare Summit. The Kansas Child Welfare Summit is scheduled to occur on Monday, April 15th, as well as Tuesday, April 16th. It will be a hybrid, so people in person as well as virtually. It is going to involve a large group of folks: judges, attorneys, DCF, members of the legislative branch, court administrators, foster, adoptive, and biological parents, clerks from the court, youth that have been through the system, chief court services officers, as well as child welfare stakeholders. And there is a group that has been meeting multiple times per month to get ready for this summit, and it really is driven by the notion that what happens with regard to foster care starts and ends with what happens with the judicial branch, but all of us play a role in it. And so how do we get to this point where kids aren't wallowing and waiting for placement and things like that are some of the issues that will be addressed. So do we have an agenda yet? No. But we do. It is that April 15th and 16th. And Jenna, did you forward that invitation or the notice? Okay. So I sent what is just the outline of that, and each of the committee members should have received that to their legislative email.
Thank you. And committee, just a reminder, our next meeting is October 4th, and we are adjourned.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you, it was really tough. Because it was like, yeah, so it was kind of like, that's what happens when you push it over.
Yeah, just a little
I'm not sure when I will do that. Yeah.